Sorry about that, gang. Didn't realize I was unmuted. We'll get started in just about a second. Hey, gang. Let me know if the mic is sounding okay. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know, is everything sounding okay? Hey, gang. Let me know if the mic is sounding okay. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Boom. Okay. I think we're good to go. Let's get our opening shot set up here. What is up, gang? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show, where 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we look at everything World of Warcraft gold making. And today's stream, we're going to be looking mainly at leatherworking and enchanting. We may do some concentration crafts as well. We did a couple, I think, on Monday's stream, I want to say. And yeah, it seems like more and more of the profit is moving towards concentration crafts. I think what I've been doing until now to make gold is still working, don't get me wrong, right? Guaranteeing rank 3 crafts or bulk crafting rank 2s is still, there's still profits in it, right? Heck, it was more than enough to get me, so far at least in the war within a full gold cap. And yeah, we hit 40.25 million gold on, I think that was on Monday's stream, right? Yep. So we hit that on Monday's stream, and yeah, we could keep going with that, but I think gradually more and more of the profit margins are going to be moving to the concentration builds, which was a matter of time, right? And I think we're gradually approaching that point. And so we may spend a little bit of time concentration crafting, but the main goal of today's stream is going to be, well, setting up a new leatherworker as well as setting up another enchanter. And we'll basically be doing that on stream. We'll also be exploring the enchanting catch-up mechanic and how you can use that on a fresh character to basically get as much artisan's acuity as possible. And my understanding is that with enchanting, you should be able to get more than enough artisan's acuity at this point to not only get all 3 of your blue tools for whatever other profession you want, or for enchanting itself, I guess, but potentially also to pick up some of the knowledge point books or some of the recipes, which I think in and of itself is pretty cool. Let's see exactly how far we can go with it. Yeah, so that's the goal of the stream. couple other logistical things. So on Friday, we will actually be having a stream slightly earlier in the day. Friday evening, I have a personal life commitment that I need to make, and so Friday stream we will be doing a little bit earlier than usual. Let me know in chat if you guys think we should still do the gummy pet giveaway on Friday stream, or since we're doing it in a different time slot, maybe we should do it on another day. I'll leave that up to y'all. But let me know in chat which way you guys feel about it, one way or the other. Welcome in, everyone. I see we have a bunch of people watching us live all over the place. Logmog6 on YouTube, what's up? Hello. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Master Louie, welcome back. How's it going? What's up, cuz? Midro, welcome back. Welcome back. How's it going? Let's go ahead and get started here, I guess. How's everyone doing? Have you guys been making gold? Have you not been making gold? Or have markets been as weak for you guys as they have been for me? I mean, I wouldn't say they're terrible, right? I'm still making gold, but definitely not as much as I was earlier in the expansion, which is sort of to be expected, right? We're progressing in the expansion, so things will go down a bit. What's up, Midro? One second. Gotta check something. Midro, you still need to let me know whether you wanted the pet or the tabard, by the way. Midro was our winner from last week's giveaway. Yeah, I dropped you a whisper, but I just double checked and I haven't seen a reply yet. So just let me know which of the two you want. And I'll go ahead and get that code over to you. Master Louie, 920k. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just about to cross that million mark. How are the markets treating you? When do you think you may be able to hit that? Hopefully today's stream gives you some more ideas to help you get that last 80 grand. But yeah, your first million is definitely your hardest, I feel like. I've heard people say that in real life, but I feel like in WoW as well, the first million is definitely the hardest because you don't have as much capital to work with, right? You're also a little bit afraid to like invest too much, right? I mean, yeah, for me, after I hit like a million, I feel like I could then comfortably invest like 50 grand, even 100 grand if an investment sort of made sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, and now I'm at the stage where I feel like I'm not investing nearly enough just because the numbers are still a little eye-watering to me at times. Right, you were saying you invest as much as possible. I remember you saying on Monday's stream as well. Yeah, that's definitely the right call. If you have the stomach for it. I mean, the thing with WoW gold, right, is like even if you lose all of your gold, I mean, touch wood, most likely, first of all, you're probably never going to actually lose all of your gold, right? At worst case, you will make less on any given investment, but it's very rare that you will not at the very least break even, or at the worst maybe lose 10-20%, right? Unless something happens like the profane tinderbox change, which, I mean, yeah, there you could have lost a significant amount of gold. But I mean, I feel like in that case, you know what I mean? Like, first of all, you only have changes like that once every expansion, if that, you know? And second of all, I feel like there was enough chatter about profane tinderboxes, and there was enough hubbub that, like, if you were speculating into profane tinderboxes, you probably knew that there was a little bit of risk. But yeah, exactly. Worst case, I earn it again. I almost made $1 million. I can make another. Exactly. That's the thing, right? It's not like you need to pay rent. And so, like, if you lose all of your WoW gold, all of a sudden your character is going to be naked and destitute. Like, you'll still have some assets. You'll have probably your profession at the very least. You'll have the gear, and exactly, if nothing else, you can literally just farm and make it back if you'd like. You could hit $1 million today if you go gathering, but I don't like gathering. Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly how I feel about it. Although that said, I did spend a little bit of time the other day mining on my blacksmith just to get a little bit more artisan security and to sort of play around with the catch-up mechanic. And it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I forgot about Dracothis back in Dragonflight. Why? I feel like Dracothis went up, right? I made a stupid amount of gold with Dracothis. In fact, that was the only time that I've actually stayed on top of a cooldown. I mean, right now, all of my characters that can do Dawnweave and Duskweave are like maxed out on their cooldowns, as an example. And that's not even because they're not profitable. They are profitable. I just don't get around to them. Dracothis was the first cooldown in a long while that I was actually like bothering to log on to some of my alts, twice a week to do the Dracothis. But in that case, I feel like, oh, people lost 1 million from spores. Actually, yeah, I do remember that. Right, because the drop rate was terrible on them, and then at one point they buffed them like crazy, right? Jeez, yeah, okay, my bad. Dragonflight feels like so long ago, though. I mean, it's only been like a month and a half, 2 months, but yeah. Even Valdrakken just feels like an old expansion. I mean, it feels like exactly what it is, an old expansion. But okay, let's go ahead and get started here. So first things first, yesterday I actually got around to running Awakening the Machine for the first time in a while. And while I still haven't gotten the enchanting recipe that I wanted, your boy got the mount. We got the, what's it called? The Machine Defense Unit 1-11. And so far, pretty cool looking mount. I was, I was tempted to buy the 3.2 million gold version of this. When the expansion dropped, but I was like, let me wait a little bit. The price will come down, right? And now it seems like we just got the recolor anyway. What is the actual? I guess the crowd pummeler. This is the well, on paper, if you buy all the mounts off the vendor, this costs 3.2 million gold. But I think if you buy the mats off the auction house, you can get them a little cheaper. Because they do also drop from what do you call it? From tinkering. Is it tinkering? Pillaging. Pillaging? Is it? No. What's the thing engineers do? Scrapping. Salvaging. That's the word. Salvaging. Jeez. You can also get these parts from. You can also get the parts for this from salvaging. So I mean, it's basically just like the reverse colorway. So yeah, this will probably be another engineering mount that I'll wait out, and once the prices drop to a price that feels more worth it. I don't think this colorway looks particularly cooler than this one. I mean, I feel like they both look fairly similar. Like now that I have this mount, I'm not like, oh, I need to get this one because it just looks so much cooler. I mean, the which one is it? The Diamond Mech Suit. This mount I want. This I may end up buying for myself at some point because this is a pretty cool looking mount. Even though I know, I mean, we already know that the mount's special. Everything else about it is going to be pretty similar. And I think arguably the Felsteel Annihilator is still my favorite version of like these mech suits. Yeah, and I remember buying this at the end of Legion. But yeah, so we got another mount. I think that's like 3 of the War Within mounts that I have now. This expansion, especially after Dragonflight, I feel like Dragonflight had so many mounts. Shadowlands had the most, but a lot of those were also just because of the the what do you call it, the Covenant mounts, and you had then what is it, the Zereth Mortis mounts, right? Like that was so many mounts that I feel like that's why that expansion had so many mounts. But so far, for actual mounts that I've gotten from the War Within, and not like promotional things, it's literally just the Delver's Dirigible, the Machine Defense Unit 111 now, and the Swarmite Sky Hunter. I feel like the rest of these I'm still a little bit away from. I think I'm basically like 1 rep level away from unlocking one of the spider mounts. Yeah, so I mean that'll be cool. But there's also none of these. Yeah, this one, the Widow's Undercrawler. I'm pretty close to this. I mean, I have Arachnophobia mode on, so we are getting the crab model instead here. But sorry, 1 second. Let's see here. Gotta fix my YouTube chat filters. How is the mining catch up? Honestly, the thing is, I'm not good at mining, right? I'm not good at mining and herbing, in that I don't fully. I constantly feel like I'm not doing things the best way. I've started popping the little, what is it, File of True sites. I started splurging on those, right? I mean, it's like $120. It hardly counts as splurging. But I don't know what else I need to min-max. I don't have like blue tools or anything like that. And I also don't know if I'm supposed to stop for every node, because I've also read people say that like, oh, some of the nodes just aren't worth stopping, so you're better off just flying past them to a node that's worth more. Yeah, I haven't fully decided on that. No, yeah, so I mean, I would say the main thing is that I feel like as a result, what do you call it? Sorry, one second. I just decided that it probably doesn't make sense for us to do the giveaway on Friday stream. Just because we're going to be doing it at a different time slot, and I'm not sure how long the stream's going to go. On Friday, it's going to be a bit of an abbreviated stream, so I think it's probably a better call for us to just do it on like on Monday's stream, or we'll just do it next Friday. Are we okay with that, chat? Are we cool with that? But yeah, overall, I think the mining catch-up mechanic, it's just with enchanting, you can get those catch-up points so quickly. Whereas with mining, I feel like it's they're still pretty rare. Like maybe every 10 nodes, I'll get one of those catch-up things. And with my miners, I'm like pretty far behind, so they have a lot of them. And so it doesn't feel like I'm able to make a significant dent into how many catch-up points I have each week. Definitely nowhere near as easy as it is for enchanting. I mean, hands down, we know this enchanting is absolutely the best catch-up mechanic. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with that. All right, let's quickly do patron orders on my main, and then I think we'll then go ahead and get started with the leatherworker. Queue patron crafts. Oh geez, okay, yeah, that's why we've not done these these patron crafts, because they're trash. My main's in a weird spot with enchanting, because I'm basically at a stage where I have more knowledge points, but I don't really have anything to put them into. I think probably what I will do now is start going into ingenuity, because like I said, concentration is starting to get pretty lit. Or not starting to get pretty lit, but concentration is starting to become the last refuge of profit. I resisted as long as I could, and I feel like making a gold cap is enough proof that you can make a good amount of gold without relying on concentration builds, right? Like doing things kind of old school. But I think gradually, I mean, as we're moving along in the expansion, and gradually more and more people are being able to guarantee rank 3 crafts on things. I think we are getting to the point on which at which we're yeah, you'll make decent enough profits without concentration, but it's definitely going to be in the like single digit percentages or like under $1,000, right? I mean, that's what we're seeing here, right? There's a couple of enchants that are more than like 500 gold. But the bulk of things, I mean, even when the profit margin's super high, it's just not that much actual gold. So, yeah, I mean, for cases like this, I think that's where concentration then starts to reign supreme. And arguably, the concentration builds can be easier to set up anyway, because realistically, you don't need all of the like artisan's acuity tools and things like that to really do the concentration builds. To get the most out of them, of course, you do. But if you're okay with putting in less gold and effort, you could still make decent gold with the concentration builds without too much effort, I feel like. I don't think the engineering mount's worth the price. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how much gold you have, but I agree with you. I feel like 3.2 million gold for a mount that just is a recolor of another mount that you can get from like 2 other sources. Right, because I got this one from Awakening the Machine. You can run that on every alt every single week rather. And you have, like, if you complete all 20 waves, you get 4 chests. So you technically have 4 chances at this mount per character per week. So it's not particularly, I mean, you can cheese the RNG quite a bit. And I don't think even if it's a 1% drop rate, you got to figure, I mean, with 4 chances, if you've got, you basically only need to do the event 25 times between your main and all of your alts, which is entirely doable, right? I mean, that's not exactly how a 1% drop rate works, but it's still feasible. right? And then I think if you prefer farming rares instead, then the other color that you get this in, which is this one, right? The Stone Vault Mecha Suit. I think this you just spam the dungeon, right? You just spam the Stone Vault, and then you get a quest item and you turn it and you get this. So, I mean, it's probably easier to do each of those than it is to get 3.2 million gold for this mount. If this mount had, I mean, something unique about it or something cool, I don't know, maybe this functions as like maybe an anvil, right? Make it an engineering crafting station. That would make sense and kind of be fun. I mean, Dragonflight gave us a crafted item for engineers anyway. That means that you can put an engineering station wherever you want in any case. And one of the racials gives blacksmithing a crafting station wherever they want anyway. So it's not like it's without precedent, right? There's no reason why for 3.2 million gold they couldn't have made this also be an engineering crafting station. And then I would say, look, this is worth it. Then 3.2 million gold. I mean, I don't know if it's still worth it, but it would still make sense, right? That you get to do something that no one else could do, which is as an engineer, which makes sense because it's an engineering mount. As it currently stands, there's no reason why an engineer would want this mount more than anyone else, other than maybe for like role-playing reasons, and even that's kind of flimsy, right? But yeah, I think that would have been a cool thing, and that would have justified the pricing, at least to some degree, if this mount also doubled as like an engineering crafting station. And you have the little forge on the back anyway, right? Heck, make it be like you can craft while mounted, and you can do anvils, and you know what I mean? It's an anvil and an engineering crafting station, and yeah, that would have been cool. But yeah, by itself, I definitely don't think it's worth 3.2 million. If you just buy the mats off the vendor. And even if you were to buy the mat, because I think you can get it for as cheap as like 1.8 million if you buy the mats off the auction house, or like I'm maybe on a different server or something like that. I know you can get this for like 1.8 million without too much difficulty. But even then, I don't know that this is particularly worth 1.8 million, right? Because I mean, like I'm saying, it's not even like it's a unique recolor or anything like that. I mean, also considering in terms of like gold sync mounts, right? Where is it? Where's my golden scarab bug thingamabobber? Right, because I paid 1.2 million for this mount. And this mount, again, it doesn't do anything, but at least it's pretty cool looking. It's a fairly unique model, and this was like time gated, right? I mean, Blizzard very much got me with the FOMO thing, in that this was going away at the end of the month, and that's why I paid 1.2 million gold for this. But I mean, if I'm paying 1.2, my point is, if I'm paying 1.2 million for this that had the FOMO and like will be a rarer mount and all that, then paying 3.2 million for a mount that isn't even a unique model. This, I think, the only other version of this beetle or of the scarab is came from the trading post, which again isn't particularly rare, but where is it? Insects beetle? Yeah, the jeweled copper scarab. This was off of the trading post, and then this you got. Well, this is also a different model, right? I mean, it's looks similar, but it is technically a slightly different model. And this you just got for signing up for a year. So, I mean, again, it's not super rare, but still somewhat decent. I can do a giveaway for the knowledge points. Unfortunately, I don't think you can trade knowledge points. Otherwise, I would have sold a lot more of these. That is interesting, though. Do you guys think they'll add what they had in Dragonflight? Because in Dragonflight, after you max out your professions, you know what? The system probably exists, and there's probably just not really too many players out there, or players willing to admit that they've maxed out their knowledge points, because I'm fairly certain the only way you could have maxed out all of your knowledge points at this stage, even now, is by exploiting. And so that's probably why no one's posted about this. But I wonder if they'll have a trade-in system again like they had in Dragonflight, where basically in Dragonflight, once you maxed out your profession, you could then head over to a vendor and convert any excess knowledge points you got into Artisan's Acuity, or Artisan's Metal in Dragonflight. But yeah, I wonder if they'll have I wonder if you can convert them in this expansion too. I'm guessing you should be able to, right? I mean, then again, that is also hoping that Blizzard has learned lessons from past expansions, which, I mean, love them. I do. Well, I love the game they put out. I don't know that I can necessarily say I love Blizzard as a whole, unless they're watching this, in which case, Love you guys. But I mean, yeah, it's always a bit of a hit or miss, as to whether they're actually going to, because they solved the problem in a previous expansion does not ever mean that they're going to have like make the same changes in the most recent expansion. Right? That's just not how Blizzard rolls. I never get to see that trade item. Wait, which trade item? As in the one that you would get if you max out your knowledge points? Craft while mounted really low. Well, so I mean, I don't think crafting for all professions maybe. Although even that, I mean, I don't get why we can't craft while mounted. I mean, okay, fine. I'm not super passionate about it one way or the other. But my point is, I was just trying to come up with ways that to figure out how they could have justified the 3.2 million gold price on that engineering mount beyond just we want a gold sink. And it doesn't even. I am curious as to how much of a gold sink it actually is, because it's a gold sink if you buy the mats off the vendor, right? And there was a post on the WoW Economy subreddit that it was profitable to buy the mats off the vendor and then post them on the auction house. So I mean, presumably, that already means it's not really functioning as a great gold sink, because people are just buying the mats off the auction, off the vendor, and selling it at a premium on the auction house, which if anything means that it's going to add more to the inflation, because you just have more gold entering into players' pockets, right? That aside, you can get those mats from just salvaging a whole bunch in engineering. So again, if anything, it's just going to generate more gold in the, if anything, I don't think it'll be a gold, I would be very curious as to whether the gold sink nature of it balances out how much additional gold it earns players. Because I would be very surprised if there were, I wouldn't be surprised if there are a good number of players out there who bought WoW tokens, right? Which, again, WoW tokens also don't really inject gold into the economy. But I'm sure there's players out there who have farmed up items to get gold to buy that mount, which means overall it does have an inflationary piece to it as well. One second, just want to make sure that I'm seeing YouTube chat here as well. What's up, YouTube viewers? I see we have a bunch of people joining us on the YouTube stream. Welcome in, folks. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know how you guys are doing. Are we having fun? Are we making gold? Are you guys excited for leatherworking and enchanting? I promise we'll get to those in a second here. We're just going to quickly complete patron orders from my main here. I suppose we could do a concentration craft on this dude as well, because he has saved up a little bit of concentration. The thing is, I don't know. Well, I was gonna say I don't know if it will make sense for me to get a second one of these tools crafted with ingenuity and then slap an ingenuity enchant on there as well. Now, part of it is because of the fact that I've never really been fully sold into ingenuity being particularly great, but that's also because I'm not focused on concentration crafters. My understanding is that if you have an ingenuity tool, you can probably get your ingenuity up to I think I saw someone say that they had 45% ingenuity, which is kind of wild, because that basically means only every other concentration craft, you're going to get your ingenuity fully refunded, right? Once you spend all the knowledge points into the ingenuity tree, which I've not done yet, but I'm going to do. At which point you got to figure that the concentration is probably worth more than the maths, right? I mean, the simple, the back of the envelope math on this whole thing is if your maths, if any of the maths are worth more than the concentration, then you want resourcefulness. If the maths are pretty cheap, then your concentration's worth more than the maths, then you're probably better off going ingenuity, right? Because then getting refunds on the ingenuity, it's going to be worth more. And I think for enchanting, we're probably at that point where at this stage, you're probably better off going ingenuity than you are resourcefulness, because you're presumably using rank 1 materials and then concentration to bridge the gap. And rank 1 materials, pretty cheap at this stage, right? for rank, I think for the rank 3 guarantees, of course, then resourcefulness is still going to be king, simply because of the fact that you're using expensive mats, and also you're not using concentration, so ingenuity is useless to you at that point. But now, but I mean, the question becomes to me: am I willing to spend another? Well, either I get this recrafted from resourcefulness into ingenuity, which I don't want to do, or I just get a second tool that has ingenuity on it, and I use that when I'm doing the concentration crafts, and then I keep the resourcefulness one for when I'm actually doing resourcefulness things, which is probably what I'll end up doing. But I think for this guy, I still need one of the jewel crafting tools, after which I'll be free to make myself a second enchanting tool. And I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I never get to see that trade item. Was that limited to a specific achievement? No, it wasn't locked behind an achievement. It was just you had to have max. You had to have spent all of your knowledge points in a profession. So if we swap back to Dragonflight in jewel crafting here, right? This guy's fully maxed out. All of the trees, 145 out of 145 perks unlocked. These 25 knowledge points. There was a trainer. The thing is, Blizzard kind of hid it. I can't be bothered to go to Valdrakken. If you'd like me to, I will. But otherwise, I can show you kind of just where on the map it was. Basically, in Valdrakken, there was a vendor right about here. Right? Yeah, this is... No, sorry. Right about here. If this is the crafting order person, there's like an apprentice dude hanging out here. And basically, if you go to them, you can if you open up the chat window with them, they'll allow you to change your artisan's acuity. Your excess knowledge points, your excess Dragon Isles knowledge points, into artisan's metal. What's up, Bipolar Taco? Welcome back. How's it going? But yeah, Midro, hopefully that answers your question. So there's not an achievement. It's just you need to max out Dragonflight jewel crafting. Now, the other interesting thing, actually, that I'll credit where credit's due, K-Jack had a really interesting video about using the crazy amount of stats that we get from the war within tools, or like profession tools, to craft things in Dragonflight. And that's kind of interesting, because I don't know that these enchant, like, I don't think the bulk of enchants probably aren't going to sell particularly well. But if you look at the stats we have here, using our Khazal Guard tools, I have 90% resourcefulness on crafting these enchants, which is wild. Which is completely wild, right? Because that means 90% of the chance I'm going to use fewer reagents. So that basically means resourcefulness is going to proc on every craft, but also on like the bulk of items, which is kind of crazy. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. Do you have to max all specs? Yeah, you got to max all specs for Dragonflight. In order to be like, you have to spend all of your knowledge points, and then you'll be able to convert them into artisan's metal. Midro, that Emosio only applies to engineering? Well, I mean, engineering was the profession that, what do you call it? K-Chak talked about in his video. But he also mentions that, like, look, I'm doing this for other professions as well, and there are opportunities out there. And my mind straight away shot to things like this, right? These illusions, the primal fire, the primal frost, right? These will still sell. These will still have demand because people still want the weapon enchants, right? And yeah, so I mean, getting 86%, having 86% resourcefulness on these, your margins are going to be insane. Well, I mean, these always had decent margins, but with 86% resourcefulness, I mean, you're barely using like 5 of the Awakened Fire and maybe a Resonant Crystal to craft this. And this will sell for like $6,000, right? And they will sell relatively decently. You can see the sale rate is 0.5, which is not that bad for transmog type stuff. Similarly, the toys as well, right? I'm sure you'd still be able to move some of these. Yeah, what else? I do wonder if anyone's still buying these illusory... Dude, see what I'm saying? Illusory adornments still selling. Look at that sale rate. Region average daily sale rate of 26. That's pretty decent. I mean, the margins are kind of crap on them, but... I'm like, my point is, I'm sure there are items out there that you could find that would make sense. Enchanting may not be the one. Like maybe for enchanting, there's not as many. Although I feel like there are still some decent items in here. Primal Invocation Extract. Yeah, so these I could see selling. Yeah, check that out. 15.6. Oh, I might have to get this recipe for myself. 15.4 region average daily sold is pretty good. I mean, it's showing only one auction, which seems kind of weird, but I wonder if it's just like one dude has this market locked down for the entire region and I'm blowing up his spot here, but hey, I feel like that's not on me. Finishing reagent. Can I... Well, this doesn't have any other items and I have max skill. Oh, I guess I'd probably have to use one of the Dragonflight tools to give me 10, yeah, plus 10 skill, or one of the accessories, because I wouldn't want to give up the resourcefulness on the tool. But yeah, I mean, all of these illusions have good margins on them and pretty decent sale rates for what they are, right? I mean, with something that has a 759% profit margin, you don't need to sell that many for it to be worth selling and listing. You know what I mean? Because even if you sell one every like 3 days, that's still, you're making 8.5 grand profit on each of those, which is kind of sick. Only engineering parts has a strong demand. I mean, I don't think anything else will have quite the demand that well, I think, yeah, engineering parts, because of the fact that people are salvaging them. Is that what it's called? Salvaging? Pilfering through them, will have the most demand for sure. But I think there's probably items in other professions that do also have, some amount of demand that you could probably make a decent bit of gold off of. It just comes down to figuring out what those items are and hopping on them, right? I mean, just quickly taking a look at jewel crafting. Let's see if there's anything in here. Glossy stone. Why are these still selling so well? I mean, again, the profit margin isn't insane. The profit margin 174% is great. It's 2.8 gold per craft isn't particularly good. I wouldn't bother doing it. But with 14,500 of these sold per day, I mean, you could probably move some decent volume and make a decent bit of gold out of it. I don't think it's a terrible gold farm. I doubt the gems have much demand, so I'm just going to skip them for now. Tiered medallion settings, probably also not. Although 205, 109, I mean, it's not bad, right? And if you're, I mean, I'm sure you could optimize this to the point that you could make a decent bit of gold off of the rank 3s, because they're selling for 700 gold and you can craft them for a lot cheaper. Well, tailoring for the bags for sure. I need to take a look at those. Actually, that was one of the other things I wanted to do. I wonder if, well, definitely the toys and potentially something like the split lens specs or some of these transmog pieces, right? Dude, this costs 31 gold to make and it's selling for, okay, 4,000 gold. Nothing too crazy. All right, so let me catch up on chat. What's up, Sen Dances? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? What craft would you suggest for someone just coming back to WoW? I'm leveling Druid with herbing mining, but not sure what to get after that for gold making. I'm basically starting from zero again. Tailoring maybe bipolar taco. Exactly, yeah. Bipolar taco literally stole the words out of my mouth. Tailoring is always going to be my main recommendation for best crafting profession. Actually, just earlier today, I sat down and made a highlight out of one of my many tailoring rants, where I talk about not only why I love tailoring, but also what a great starter build for tailoring is, and one that I recommend. Honestly, I recommend everyone have at least one of. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can pull that up and drop a link for you. And if I ever actually get around to editing things, then I may be able to. I may be able to actually edit and put out a like an actual video to that. All right, boom, got that. Let me drop it in chat for you. Where are we? We're on Twitch. Boom. Oh. All right. Didn't copy for whatever reason. Give me 1 second. Let me try and figure out what the heck is going on. Copy to clipboard. All right, we did that. Boom. So Sundances, yeah, I would say check out that video because I cover the like the build that I think everyone should go for. But high level, it's basically crafting profession equipment, the green profession equipment, which is still selling really well. And with everyone and their mother now focused on setting up alt armies, I mean, people have been from the start of the expansion, but that's not going to go away. And also people are going to keep rolling different specs. You'll continue to have demand, especially around patches and people level up more alts and things like that. So I would say, yeah, that's a great starting point. And I covered the full build there. If you have any questions, I mean, feel free to drop them in chat. I'd be happy to cover them again. I'm not trying to dodge your question, but I do want to get going with our leatherworking and our enchanting build here in a second. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But if you have any questions about that tailoring guide, I mean, please let me know, and I'd be happy to walk you through the guide, or even hop over to my character that has that guide to show you what that looks like. But yeah, it's basically at high level, you'll be able to craft helms and chests, which is great because not only for both of those can you do epic crafting orders, you can also do the crafted PvP gear that sells super well on, well, not super well, but sells decently well and with good margins. You'll do the blue leveling gear as well as you'll do all the green and potentially the blue profession equipment as well. So it's a really versatile build because even if one of those markets isn't working out for you or you don't like it for whatever reason, you like with the same amount of, you don't need to change anything to be good at crafting all those different items, and you can just focus on a different one instead. And because of the fact that so many of the items you're crafting are server specific, if you play on a server that isn't like that, you're not seeing either good margins or good volumes on, you can very easily create an allied race on a different server, use the warbank to transfer the items to that server and sell them there instead. And so that's what we were actually just looking at on my other screen here. Was one of those characters, right? This is just a level 10, what do you call it? Allied race that I have set up on a different server, not my main server, who literally just pulls things out of the warbanks and posts them up on the auction house instead so that I can sort of have more markets that I'm selling on. That was for the question and for the Dragonflight convo. Yeah, tailoring. Yeah. So that's what I was kind of saying. Tailoring, I feel like for Dragonflight stats as well. Bags for sure will be a big seller. I think there's some toys as well, and presumably there would be some other stuff as well for tailoring. I would be very surprised if there's nothing else for tailoring that makes good gold. Sorry, 1 second here. Sorry, folks. But okay, let me catch up on chat real quick. I'm guessing tailoring you would pair with enchanting or skinning to cover all gathering. So tailoring is its own gathering profession because basically cloth only drops in any sort of meaningful quantity for tailors as of the War Within. It's the first expansion that it works that way. In the past, tailors, like cloth would drop for everyone and then tailors got more drops. This expansion, basically, if you're not a tailor, you'll get very, very little cloth. And if you're a tailor, you'll get a good amount of cloth drops. You can spec into it to get better drop rates, but that really depends on if you farm a whole bunch or if you do a lot of world content and things like that. Like content that cloth would drop, then it makes sense to do that. But skinning won't really help you too much. I would pair it with enchanting for two reasons. One, because of the fact that enchanting right now is the easiest profession from a catch-up mechanic point of view. So it's easiest to catch up on enchanting, and so in general it's great. But also because of the catch-up mechanic, you can get a whole bunch of artisan's acuity, which you can then use to craft your blue tools for tailoring or for enchanting. And then enchanting is also a good little passive gold maker because of the fact that you can do concentration crafts, and there's a good amount of gold in that as well. And it's also super easy to do crafting orders for enchanting if you put your points in the correct places. We're going to be setting up some enchanters once we're back from break as well, though. So definitely hang out Sundances, and I'll show you a good like enchanting build to start off with. But yeah, and sorry, the last reason that you want enchanting with tailoring is because you can also disenchant the bracers you make, and that's almost always profitable. I was actually surprised by how much profit there still is in that. And I think it's just because most people aren't willing to sit around hitting the disenchant button a whole bunch. And that's why there's so many margins in there. It's a competitive market, but if they're basically free, why not? Yeah, I mean, bags honestly are one thing that will always sell no matter what cycle of the expansion we're in. Like if you're at the start, they'll sell better. If you're later on, they'll sell maybe a little bit less, but they will always sell because people are always leveling up alts or deciding that they want to upgrade their banks or their bags or whatever, right? If there's one thing that's perpetually in shortage in the World of Warcraft, it's bag space. So you'll never run out of customers. Let's see. Did I miss any other messages in chat? Or am I all caught up? I think I'm getting there. Sorry, are there any other add-ons you would suggest to get started other than TSM Auctionator? Yeah, sure. So there's two that I think are particularly relevant. I think the first one is, well, technically three. If you have Trade Skill Master and Auctionator, that's a great start already. Those are required for these others in any case. Well, for most of them. The first one is Craft Sim. This whole complicated, crazy looking add-on that you see all over my screen, right? In fact, I need to start hiding it more because I think it's I got a YouTube comment that people are it's throwing people off at times. But honestly, it just has so much information that it's hard to not recommend it for literally everyone to have. So I would say definitely get Craft Sim. It's a little bit complicated. It can be a little bit complicated. It doesn't need to be. I think you can get quite a bit out of it without really nerding out and going fully in depth on it. And I would say in order to do that, the main windows that you need to care about, we can hide most of these because they're not really adding too much in the way of actionable information. But I would say realistically, the only windows that you really need to look at are basically these four. I think that's a fair enough recommendation. And basically what it'll do is you'll come into the options and you'll select whether you want it to use Auctionator or Trade Skill Master. Do remember that for Auctionator, you're going to need to scan the auction house yourself. For Trade Skill Master, if you have the client, it'll automatically update it'll automatically download the auction house data for you. Once you've done that, you'll basically then you'll then rely on these four windows here. The reason these are interesting is because this is just going to give you your average profit. The only difference between this and something like Auctionator's calculations here is that this will account for all of your secondary stats, your resourcefulness, your multicraft, if it's an item that can proc multicraft, right, as well as your overall skill and recipe difficulty and all this stuff. The other nice thing about this is that it tells you, which of the stats are worth what. So if you go to an item that can proc multicraft, it will tell you, which stat you should prioritize. The higher the value here, the better it is, right? Like the more valuable it is to you. So if we come over to something like Inverted Prism, if I'm trying to figure out if I should use a multicraft tool or resourcefulness tool or an ingenuity tool, these three rows below it will be my best guide. So if I want to make more profit on this, multicraft is worth 80 silver per point. Versus resourcefulness is only worth about 25 silver, and concentration, you're only getting about a gold's worth of a gold for each point of concentration that you use on this craft. So generally that's not super good, but you can use that to compare it to something like, I don't know, I'm trying to decide between that and this, for instance. This is 1.67. So I'm better off using up my concentration here because it's going to be worth more than if I use it on this item, for instance. All right, so this is the most important window. I would say this one is not equally important. This one is probably less relevant, but I think at this stage of the expansion is worth considering. And what this will do is it will check your bags and let you know if you have a multicraft tool and a resourcefulness tool in your bag. So for instance, this guy, he has a blue resourcefulness tool and only a green multicraft tool. But for this craft in particular, I actually benefit a lot more from multicraft than I do from the increased amount of resourcefulness or the increased skill. And so Craft Sim is telling me that, look, if you swap to multicraft, you'll instead make 106 more gold, which is great. Beyond that, I would say this specialization info window is super, super handy because it'll tell you if you want to get better crafting this item, which of the talent trees do you actually need to put points into. And I think that's super handy because the base interface doesn't do a great job of telling you about that. So I would definitely recommend, using this window and keeping this up if you're trying to figure out how to get better at crafting something in specific. Yeah, so that's why I think that one's particularly good. The final window that I would say is super relevant is this one, the reagent optimization, because what this will do is it will tell you not only which rank you should craft for the maximum profit. But coming into the settings here, you can also have it tell you which finishing reagents you should use. So let's see if we have a good example for that. I think for the enchants, we'll be able to see that better. I do want to show off simulation mode as well, because it is, I think that is the most powerful part of Craft Sim, but I'll come back to that in a second. But if we hit advanced optimization here, let's see if we can find one that it's going to recommend this for. Oh, geez. A bird just flew into the window right in front of my monitor. Good God, that freaked me out. The bird's okay. We're doing good. All right, nobody panic. That freaked the life out of me. Jeez. Okay. So now that I didn't quite have a heart attack right then. Oh, thank you so much for the subscribe, for the YouTube sub, Pablo Cross. Very, very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But okay, so coming back to what I was saying, in Craft Sim, this window is super handy because it will tell you, of course, it won't show up now because I'm trying to demonstrate something, but this will tell you if you should be using any finishing reagents, and very often you should be, right? In a lot of cases, you can add a bit of profit by using something like a framework, right? That'll give you more resourcefulness, or if it's an item that has multi-craft, in a lot of cases, you can make a little bit more gold if you use the mirror powder finishing reagent. That'll just give you more multi-craft. It doesn't seem to want to show it for any of them right now, but take my word for it. That's super handy, and a lot of cases will be the difference between you making a little bit of profit and a whole bunch of profit on a lot of these items. Yeah. Lastly, the most important feature of Craft Sim is simulation mode, where basically you can plug different things in here. Sorry, one second. You can plug different material qualities, or you can simulate different stats if you're planning on adding if you plan on getting a better tool, or you want to figure out what enchant you should put on this and stuff like that. You can simulate all of that from here, but you can also simulate the knowledge points, which is also super handy. And so I would say before you spend any knowledge points, come in here, hit simulation mode, and simulate what things are going to be like once you spend the rest of those knowledge points to figure out if you should spend those knowledge points or not. Because the worst feeling is when you spend a bunch of knowledge points thinking that something's going to be super good for gold making, and then after you've spent the knowledge points, you realize that actually there's not that much profit. So I mean, here's a tree that I don't have full knowledge points in, right? On paper, I may think that like, oh, if I just max out this tree, right, 6% will become a lot more. But actually, when we spend more knowledge points, we find out that it actually doesn't make any difference whatsoever. We're still making 6%, and so maybe we're better off putting those knowledge points into another talent tree. So yeah, I would say that's definitely one of the coolest features of Craft Sim. The other windows, I mean, I will release a video at some point, and I've been saying that for a week, so decide whether or not you want to believe me on that. But I will put out a video at some point explaining what the other windows do. They're just not super relevant to get started with, at least. And yeah, so that's one add-on that I would strongly recommend. Another add-on that's kind of nice to have, it does a bunch of quality of life things that, like telling you where you get knowledge points and things like that, is called Profession Shopping List. I won't go into too much depth about it because I don't use it for too much. It just has some nice quality of life things, right? It tells you how many knowledge points you've spent versus how many there are in all for your profession, which is kind of nice to know. There's another add-on called Weekly Knowledge, which will basically just show you across all of your alts, if you've gotten all of their weekly knowledge point sources. Pretty self-explanatory there. You have this nice little checklist window that you can pop up that will not only tell you, what the source for all of these individual items are, but you can also click here to add a little pin or a TomTom waypoint so you can fly around and grab it. So that's kind of nice, and it allows you to see all of your alts at a glance, which is kind of sick as well. Because once you have, a large number of alts, I mean, the way I do, and mine's still not even as big as a lot of other people out there, it's handy to have one overview that you could check on a weekly basis to see if you've gotten everyone up to date and doing everything they need to do. The last add-on that I will mention here is Craft Scan, which is this add-on right here. And this basically searches your chat log, your trade chat. Well, it searches all of your different chat logs, but trade chat is the most relevant for this, to see if anyone's looking for an item that any of your characters can craft. And so you'll select characters from the left here, and yeah, you'll get a little note, like you'll get a little audio sound if you enable that whenever someone's looking for an item that one of your alts can craft. You can then click on their name like that, and it'll send them a template message that you set up in the options saying, hey, my alt so-and-so can craft the item. Let me know if you send an order so I can log over. And so then if this customer is interested, you can, message them and find crafting orders that way. But yeah, I would say those are the 3 best add-ons. I guess technically we covered 4, but I mean, only 3 of them that I think are super great to have, depending on what you want to do. The last add-on is called Craft Scan. Yeah, I know it's a little bit confusing between Craft Sim and Craft Scan, but Craft Sim is the one that we looked at earlier, and then Craft Scan is this one, and I feel like fewer people are familiar with Craft Scan. I did actually cover this on a previous video. Let's see if I can drop a link to that as well. On a previous VOD, I did cover it, and I'm supposed to edit that video down as well. But like I said, it seems like I'm kind of low-grade allergic to actually editing my videos. But I promise I will actually get around to it at some point. Where is it? Boom, here. Okay, this is the VOD. Did I add timestamps in? I did not. All right, let me drop a link to this all the same. Yeah, you may have to skip ahead a little bit into it, or if you check back in a couple of days, I may have added the timestamps in. All right, let's see. What else did I miss here? Mass Disenchant. Come on, Blaze, you can do it. Yeah, Mass Disenchant would be sick, but also that's how you evaporate profits in it. Because then everyone's going to AFK Mass Disenchant. And I'm assuming, allegedly, if there are bots that exist, that they would also be all over that. I'm about to make bags for myself. I'm running out of space on my mains. Same, dude. I mean, at the end of Dragonflight, I sat down and actually crafted a whole bunch of like 34 slot bags for all of my like main characters that I play. But then I leveled up so many more alts during Remix and the launch event that I didn't quite get around to like decking them all out. And I haven't even set up professions on a lot of those characters yet. So probably whenever I get around to that, I'll have to do a whole bunch of bag crafting for myself as well. But okay, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and we'll do a little bit of cross-realm banking stuff, just because I want to touch on that real quick. But then we will go ahead and get our Leatherworker and Enchanter set up. Right, we'll cover some basic builds. I think we will do a concentration build on at least one of them. Yeah. And then cover at least one Leatherworking build. I haven't fully decided what to do with the second Leatherworker we'll be leveling up, but we'll do them both at the same time anyway. If you're enjoying the content, please consider dropping a sub, both on YouTube and also on Twitch. You don't need to spend any money. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a Twitch Prime subscription completely free, included in your membership every single month. And so if you hit that little subscribe button on Twitch, it'll give you the option to subscribe with Prime, which is completely free to you. It doesn't cost you anything more, but really helps me out. I'm trying to raise some funds to replace my broken headset here, because it keeps bumping into my shoulder, making me think that someone's tapping me on the shoulder, which kind of creeps me out, especially when I'm playing video games late at night. Kind of creepy, not fun. Not saying that I'm not promising that I'd be able to edit more videos if I had a better headset, but I'm not saying that's impossible either. So I'll leave it up to you guys. If you feel like me having a better headset would help me edit more videos and therefore deliver more value to you guys, and you feel like that's worth it, then we could do that. But anyways, if you are watching live, please consider dropping a sub, a like, a follow, all the different things that we're all familiar with. And we're about to take a quick break. What's up, Trav? How's it going? All good, all good. What's up, brother? All good on my end. We'll come back and talk about how much gold I have now, because we hit 40.25 million gold on Monday's stream, and then I spent a good bit, and I'm not sure that we've made it all back yet. So what's up? We're basically, today's stream, we are going to be setting up a Leatherworker and an Enchanter. Actually, not just one. We're going to be setting up two of them so that I can cover two slightly different builds for both for each Leatherworking and Enchanting. So that's the plan. But okay, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and work on that. But if you're enjoying the stream, please consider subbing, following, doing all the things. really does help me out. All right, quick little break, and then we'll come back and get back into the swing of things. See you guys in a few. All right, gang, and we are back. How is everybody doing? Trav, you still with us? How's it going? How's your gold making going? Oh, geez, this customer did message us back. And I completely missed their message. I'm guessing they already found someone by this point, but anyways, yeah, they're literally offline. Oh, well. How do I, boom, close whisper. There we go. All right, let's finish off our crafting orders real quick for my main. But okay, after this, we are going to go ahead and get our Leatherworker and Enchanter set up. Although, actually, I also have two other... I still never actually got around to doing anything with the Alchemists and Alchemist/Enchanters that we leveled on... Well, that we got all the knowledge points for on stream like a week or two ago. But I feel like at this point, that's just tradition. That I show you guys a bunch of builds for alchemy that work really well, and then I end stream, forget to actually use the builds on any of my characters, and then don't make any gold off of it. And I am showing the wrong screen. Sorry about that. Here we go. That's the correct screen. All right, let's mail this over. And is there any other characters that we want to get to real quick? No, I think let's get cracking with our Leatherworker. Yeah, so cross-realm selling is what I was saying. So this is one of those alts, right? That's on another server, level 10 allied race, and all this dude does, or I guess this character is female, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, all this character does is basically pull things out of the warbank and then post them up on the auction house. So I craft all these items, right? The blue leveling gear or the blue entry level 80 starter gear, right? And then profession equipment. And I think also some crafted PvP gear in here, right? I craft all these on my home realm on Illidan, North America, where I could definitely sell a lot more of these, but the profit margins aren't going to be as fat. So, I mean, this item, for instance, I think on Illidan sells for, do I have it on screen here? I do not. But I could probably sell this on Illidan for like 700-800 gold. Whereas on this server, which is a completely random other server, Shadow Council, right? Literally picked it completely at random. I mean, I think I checked what the prices were back in Dragonflight, and I thought the prices were somewhat decent. And so now I can sell these same proficient skinning knives, same amount of effort required, if anything, a little bit less effort because I don't need to cancel scan or anything like that, right? I can sell them on this server instead for 4,500 gold, which is obviously a much better profit margin. Now, I'm not going to sell as many of them, but it doesn't really matter because on average, I mean, it's still extra gold that I wouldn't have otherwise, right? And yeah, so I definitely recommend everyone set up some professional equipment crafters and set up these alts, right? Yeah, and I would strongly recommend everyone try this out because it's pretty hard to saturate, at least with the size of audience I have. I don't think we're at risk of destroying this for any of the regions. But yes, I mean, just in the past day, this guy sold another 31,000 gold worth of auctions. And as you guys can see, I mean, the prices on these are pretty ridiculous considering each of these items cost me, you know, maybe a couple hundred gold at most to craft, right? Pretty decent margins there. All right, give me 1 second. I need to figure out the names of the characters that we're going to be doing all this on. Where is our spreadsheet? And I could track this in game, but I just have all the data easily accessible on a spreadsheet, and so that's why I'm relying on that instead. Anal, is that? That's AENL, by the way, in case anyone thought. I mean, this is I used the random name generator that Blizzard has in game, and it created this character called AENL, which I'm also realizing I may not actually be able to say his name on stream, but I'm also too cheap to pay for like a character renaming, and I'm scared to report myself for my name because I don't know if that puts like an infraction on my account, which I don't want. But okay, let's go ahead. I think these are the two characters we're doing this on, right? Our shaman and our demon hunter with leatherworking and enchanting. And I actually think one of them is going to focus more on enchanting. Like enchanting is going to be their primary profession, and leatherworking is just going to be like a secondary profession that they have. At which point you do kind of need to wonder, is there really a point in having leatherworking? Because I don't think leatherworking works particularly well with concentration. But we'll see. We'll see if we keep leatherworking on that dude or if we go into something else. We may make him into like our leather crafter or our mail crafter, potentially. Let's go ahead and reload real quick. I haven't logged onto these characters since, I think, basically Remix. And so we will have to do a little bit of add-on setup stuff. But again, is it really the Adrel show if we don't spend at least a little bit of time messing with add-ons? I would argue not, right? I would argue not. Which other add-ons do we want on? Let's do a quick little check. Is there anything that I'm missing that I would want to have on that isn't enabled? Traits skill flux capacitor is kind of nice to have, but I don't remember fully what it does. And I kind of want to minimize how many add-ons I have just to make it quicker to log on to this dude. No instance tracker is always nice to have. Not that I'm doing anything on this tune that requires it. I feel like there was another add-on that I got that I want to have enabled, but I have disabled for some reason. I just can't remember which add-on that was. Jeez. All right, let's quickly scroll through and see if anything is chore tracker. Nah, we don't need it. We don't need it. Yeah, I think we're probably okay. I'm not noticing any glaring add-ons that we're going to miss. Paste we want for sure. Why isn't that starred? Paste we want enabled for everyone always. There's no character that I'm playing that I'm like, oh, I can do without paste. I mean, Quartz is kind of like that as well, if we're being honest. I'm just too used to... There's a handful of add-ons that I'm just like so used to having that I forget sometimes that they're not a part of the default interface. But okay, let's... I think we're probably good to go. Oh, jeez, this guy has... good God, where is it? Aims to event. We don't need that. Cross-run bankers. No, not quite. Oh God, this account has way more add-ons enabled than I actually need. I just don't know if I can be bothered to like go in and manually check and uncheck things. Armory, sure. Bestride, I guess. Baginator, yeah. Blizzmoo. What? BTW quest we can do without. We're not doing quests on this dude. Bigwigs we can do without that. Are there any other add-ons that we have enabled that we don't need on? To be fair, I don't even use Armory. Armory is basically like an alternative to Altaholic, which is a great add-on for alts if it works for you. But in all honesty, I don't really... Oh, gee. Gathering, Gold Goblin, Archive. Geez, yeah, we could disable a lot of these. Legendary Stock Tracker. Yeah, we don't need that. Little Wigs, it's disabled. Anyway, Ludwig, great streamer. I don't know if we need his add-on. Oh, dude, I wish I could copy which add-ons are enabled between accounts. I know I can do it through like the text document. Like I can do it through a text file. I just can't be bothered to like actually set that up though. Do I have a simpler one that I can sort of not really. I may as well should probably sit down and actually put this together. This is probably worth doing. I don't know if I need to do it on stream because I don't think it's the most interesting thing. Jeez, so many add-ons that I do not need on, like, enabled on these characters. But I also can't be bothered to like figure out exactly which ones to keep and which ones to disable. So, all right, let's try and pick up the pace here. Oh, geez, I keep accidentally checking add-ons on that I don't want or need on. Same to event, we don't want that on. Mountain collection log, Deja character set. I think that's probably as good as we're gonna get it. Let's save this as, and let's see if 158. All right, that looks like the sweet spot. Rename. All right, there we go. So hopefully we won't have to do this in the future. Did we reload once? Or yeah, we did. All right, so this dude does have the right add-ons that we want enabled and that we don't want enabled, and so on and so forth. Oh God, the weak auras. Oh God, the weak auras. We gotta mess with the weak auras. God bless. Load options? No, never. I'm not using that one. Wait, what did I just disable? What? Oh God. Dude, this is the problem with like downloading weak auras, is that like then anytime you log onto a character that you don't want to actually show all of this on, it does take a little bit to figure out which ones you got and which ones you want to load when and all that fun stuff. Are there any other? Is there anything else I can disable here? Jeez. I should set this to like only show up in Dragonflight, freaking Dragonflight zones, but I can't be bothered right now. Okay, so I think we're okay on weak auras. How's our interface looking, chat? Are we okay with this? Is anything looking too complicated or ugly? Are we okay? Midro said TSM still hasn't fixed their Warbank mailing. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems kind of weird. But that kind of just is how Tradesco Master seems to roll, where it does seem like a lot of times it does take them a good amount of time to actually fix things. And I'm not sure why. I mean, I'm suspecting that there's probably a non-zero part of it that is just that Tradesco Master is such a big add-on at this point that like even changing little things, there's just so much like legacy code and whatever. I don't pretend to know anything about coding. But my guess is that that's what's going on, is that it just takes them forever to make changes to things because they need to go through so much code, and like breaking anything breaks it for like a bunch of different expansions. And you know what I mean? They've just got so much like backlog of stuff that that's what's going on. But yeah, it definitely does seem to take them quite a bit of time to like catch up on things. I mean, famously through, I want to say like 90% of Dragonflight, Tradesco Master straight up just didn't work, right? It was only like, I think in like the last patch that it sort of started being better, like started working for some of the Dragonflight crafts, and then it didn't seem to fully understand the quality system, and I think it still doesn't work super great. I know some people have started using it for the War Within crafts, but I would be very interested in seeing how they're doing that, because while Tradesco Master will give you crafting costs for Dragonflight items, I'm not sure how it's calculating things. Because it will show you like item qualities and things. Let's pop it up right here, right? You can it does show like different item qualities, but I'm not fully following, because presumably this dude can't craft. Where we have 8 enchanting skill. I doubt I can craft these at rank 2 using rank 1 materials. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's double check that. Glimmering critical strike. Yeah, see, with using rank 1 materials, all we're able to really do... Sorry, I gotta organize these windows because this is a mess. yeah, even using rank 1 materials, I can only craft them at rank 1. But according to Trade Skill Master, at least my understanding of this window is that it will allow me to queue up rank 2 crafts, even though I can't craft those because it's using up rank 1 Storm Dust. So this is just Trade Skill Master being straight up wrong, which could get you into a lot of trouble. And this is just literally the first example I could find. So yeah, I don't know. I'm skeptical that I think also part of it is that you need an add-on like Craft Sim that is built from the ground up to support like the different calculations and the like the interface that you need for the new profession systems, right? The Dragonflight and War Within profession systems are a lot more complicated than regular professions, and especially accounting for stats and stuff like that. I mean, some simple things of like, where would Trade Skill Master show your crafting stats, and then how do they factor that in to craft all these things and stuff like that. I mean, I would love to see them work with Genju and really turn Trade Skill Master around and do all that. But honestly, so far, I've not seen much in the way of changes that give me hope that they're going to figure this out anytime soon. You know what I mean? I don't know if Genju is maybe working with them back behind the scenes, or if, I mean, as much as I think that Genju is amazing, I'm sure there's other people out there who are, who probably work with or for TSM that are equally competent and probably would be able to figure out a way of putting it together as well. But yeah, I don't know. It seems weird. The biggest announcement that they had recently was that they updated their website, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, right? The Trade Skill Master website was always like a nice to have quality of life thing, but I don't know that that's where they should have been dedicating all of their attention to. Though I think maybe what's going on there is because I think the paid subscription that they had for Trade Skill Master, I think the bulk of those benefits are available outside of the game on their website. And so I think that's why they dedicated more time towards like updating their website and adding more cool features there than they did to adding like to fixing the app to work with the new systems, because ultimately the majority of users that are using the add-on probably aren't paying subscribers. And I would imagine that the actual website, it's probably the other way around, where the bulk of people who are using their actual website are their paid subscribers. And honestly, I've always been, I've been using Trade Skill Master for like 10 years at this point, I want to say. And so I've always been tempted to upgrade to the premium subscription. I think there are some cool features, and I think there's some really cool reporting in specific, where if you're playing across accounts and stuff like that, right, in game, it does support multiple accounts sometimes. In some ways it's a little janky, but I think the entire experience is a lot better offline. And I think part of the reason for that is because if you have characters on different servers, like I think these two characters are on oh, never mind, both these guys are on Illidan. Yeah, because this is an older one of my characters. So both of these dudes are on Illidan, but it doesn't automatically add them to the friend list, which means that Trade Skill Master won't sync details between them, which is, I don't know, kind of weird, right? Or it'll do it some of the time, but not all the time. It'll pick up some alts, but not all alts. It's a little weird in how it works with that. And I think if you use their website to track all of this stuff, it's a little bit more streamlined because you just upload an actual file, or like the client will upload an actual file for you. And so that makes it a little bit easier for it to figure out what's going on and like sync everything up. But yeah, I mean, the Warbank bank at the very least, I think they could probably do a better job of. Let's be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I want to have hope that they can figure it out, but I mean, their recent track record hasn't been amazing. And so that's why I'm a little bit skeptical if they'll be able to make the changes that they need to in any meaningful period of time. Hopefully for the next expansion, but even then, I mean, they had the entirety of Dragonflight, and there were some changes, to be fair, between Dragonflight and the War Within, but I don't think that was the reason why they weren't able to have like all of their features launched for the War Within, right? They added a couple of little things here. They improved their like sniper feature, I think. and things like that. So it's, I mean, yeah, it's not great. If you remember, I mentioned this in your previous stream. Since you're doing cross realm, you can check their tooltip does not give the crafting cost. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It supports cross realm play a bit, but not fully. It's weird in that it's the best add-on for cross realm trading, but that's not saying that it's the best add-on that exists for cross realm trading. That's not to say that it is the best add-on for cross realm trading in the sense that it doesn't work perfectly. Because what you're saying is completely right. It won't give you crafting costs for alts that are on different servers. In all honesty, the crafting cost thing is kind of janky. Anyway, I haven't been using it much at all. Primarily just because of the fact that the numbers are all over the place, right? First of all, I think you need to open up the Trade Skill Master profession window on each of those characters on a regular basis for it to remember that you can craft this. For it to remember that you can craft any of these items. The other thing is, I'm not sure which of your alts it takes it from. Because, for instance, on this account, I have enchanters that can craft this with much better margins, but it's not considering that one. It's considering this current character, which is, I mean, sort of makes sense, but sort of doesn't. I kind of wish it had an option that allowed you to pick, right? Because then a lot of times now my bankers have the same professions, but they're less better at crafting that one item. So I wouldn't be able to use a trade skill master like operation that depends on the crafting costs. Because let's say I crafted this at rank 2 on a character that's able to craft this much cheaper. Well, Trade Skill Master's not going to post it on this character because it's going to think that I'm crafting it with the higher crafting costs, with less resourcefulness, with less better stats. And so already that makes it kind of useless. It's super weird with the different realm thing as well. And you'll notice this, like the thing that grinds my gears the most about it is that if you see on both of my accounts that are not only linked, but also currently connected, right? Both of these characters are on the same server. And so it does link them in real time. If you're on different servers, because of the fact that you can't add the other character as a friend, you can't be syncing in real time. You can only sync when both of the characters are on the same realm, which is also not great, but fine. I guess it's a technical limitation. I would hope that at the very least, if being in the same guild, would allow it to sync up that way, but that doesn't seem to work either. But even so, even though these accounts are connected, you'll see on one of my accounts, it shows me 39,218,000 gold, which is the actual amount of gold that I have. But on my other account, it doesn't do that. It's only showing me 36.23 million gold. And that's because it's on this account, it's considering all the alts I have on different realms on this account. Actually, the number is slightly higher. Yeah, so technically the amount of gold I have is actually a little bit higher than even 39.218 because it's not considering all these alts at the end. I mean, if you guys see at the bottom here, you can see all of my alts on other realms and how much gold they have. For some reason, that doesn't sync between the two accounts, which seems a little janky. I mean, I'm guessing they did that so you don't just have these like massive lists, but then just consolidate it, right? Like add a line item that just says, alts on different realms on WoW 5 or on WoW 1 or whatever your account is named, right? Combine it that way and show me a total for that so that at least when I look at this number here, I'm getting an accurate count. Because right now, a Trade Skill Master is what I use to measure how much gold I have. And actually, I'm just realizing neither of these numbers are accurate. So I literally don't know how much gold I have in all across all my characters right now. And that just seems super janky. But that aside, it also does the same weird thing for inventory tracking. Where so here it's showing me inventory that I have on all my characters on Illidan, but not on my other account, Other Realms. It shows me on Other Realms on this account, but not the other way around, but not for the other account. You know what I mean? So it's showing me 358 here, and for the same item, right? 358 on this account's tooltip. On this account, it's showing me 363, and the actual amount is, I'm not really sure which one's actually correct, because it's counting some of them on this guy and some of them on those, and that's despite the fact that I have region-wide trading enabled here. So yeah, I don't know. I hope they fix that as well. Because it's a great add-on, but it's just it you know what I mean. It's still like it has a lot of features. It does a lot of cool things, and I still think it is one of the most critical things that I use for gold making, simply because of the auction house posting. Right, I haven't seen any other add-on that allows you to post as many, like post a bunch of auctions as easily. Right, Auctionator. I know some people use that. I personally can't because I'm just doing too many things and I don't have the patience for it. Is the main thing. I'll use Auctionator to post individual items, or if I want to determine the price myself. Trade Skill Master kind of sucks for that. I mean, you can do it, but it's not. It's just it's less intuitive because of the fact that it scans the item before you put. Like it's yeah, but I still think it's the GOAT for that alone. And the other features as well. I mean, it's still the best way to track things cross-realm, right? Because I do have a couple of other add-ons that do a slightly better job of it, but they also have their own limitations. So you'll see here at the top there, I have another add-on that is showing me my cross-realm totals, but and that add-on is Baginator or Syndicator, I think it is the one that specifically does that feature, which is great, right? It's by the creator of Auctionator, Journalator, all the other Ader add-ons, which is great, but for whatever reason, Plus Mouse, the dev behind that, doesn't support multiple accounts on any of his add-ons, or their add-ons, I should say. And yeah, so I don't expect that to be a feature that I can expect to have coming online anytime soon. But it does seem to do a better job of tracking how many total items I have. I just wish that one doesn't sync cross account. Altaholic, another great item. You'll see another list of all my alts and how much what quantity they have at the bottom there, right? Mozix 5 in the reagent bank and stuff like that, which is also Altaholic is also pretty good. It does support multiple accounts, but it's super bugged out on one of my accounts. Yeah, this one. See, and I've tried reinstalling the add-on and a couple of other things, and I just can't get it to work properly. And it's also really weird in how it syncs data between two different accounts. So yeah, I don't know. I have yet to find that's why I was testing out that add-on Armory, because I was hoping it would do a better job of that, but it's also got a whole bunch of janky things with it. So it seems like the jank is unavoidable. And yeah, until I until I figure out something better with yeah, I'll let you guys know if I come up with a if I find a solution to these issues. But okay, with that said, let's go ahead and get started with our leatherworkers here. Jeez, we're already about 2 hours into the stream. And this is supposed to be the main focus of the stream. Right, we still have to do the leatherworking quests, I guess. And then we're going to fly around, grab all the treasures, grab our cash books, right? I think I have enough cash farmed up that we won't have to do any cash farming on either of these characters, which is kind of nice. But okay, I think we'll take a quick little break. I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick as well and get ready to grind, right? And then we've got to set up a leatherworker and well, 2 leatherworkers and 2 enchanters. All right, all that when we come back. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider dropping a sub, either on YouTube or on Twitch. Twitch subs really help me out. Use your Prime if you haven't already, please. It really does help your boy out. And if you are a Prime member, it costs nothing to you. If you think I've earned it, of course. Yeah, follow, subscribe, like, right? Do all the things while we're on break if you haven't already, because it really does help me out. All right, see you guys in a few. We'll come back and finally do the actual leatherworkers and enchanters. And today we will actually do the build. We will actually spend the knowledge points. All right, I'm not gonna mislead you guys. I'm not gonna scam you guys again by saying we're gonna do the build, like we're gonna come up with these builds and I'll give you guys the builds, but not actually do them myself. We will actually execute the builds on stream and look at the actual margins. All right, that's I promise you guys that this time. All right. Anyway, quick break and we'll come back and take yeah, and we'll set up 2 leatherworkers and 2 enchanters and show you guys some builds that I want to test out there as well. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, we are back. Time to actually go in with our leatherworking and enchanting over here. We've already lost most of the Dark Moon buff that both of these characters had, but oh well, it is what it is. Dark Moon Fair is up again next week, or next month rather. So we're gonna start off by just gathering all of the knowledge point treasures, right? And the best way to do this by far is sorry, one second, let me jot down a timestamp here. All right, so first things first, what we're going to do is we are going to gather all of our knowledge points for both of our professions. We've gone leatherworking and enchanting, mainly because for leatherworking, I don't have any characters that can craft the leatherworking profession equipment, or that are spec'd into it, I should say. My main leatherworker can craft them, but isn't really spec'd into them. And so I want to have an alt that is fully spec'd into that, and that way I can just use that character to craft everything for everyone else, right? All the other alts that I have with other professions. Yeah, I want to be able to craft all of the profession equipment in-house and use up my own. Oh, geez, are we crashing? I think we're about to crash. Yep, that's a crash. Jeez. Right as we were getting going, too. Oh, good God. The reconnect loop will never not be frustrating. It's a sign. This happens every time I try and start one of these runs, man. Anytime I try and like speed run anything on stream, it ends up being cursed. But we're breaking the curse today, boys. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to one-shot it, and it's all going to be great. Knowledge point treasure. Maybe I shouldn't make a leatherworker. Make another one, you mean? I don't give up that easy. I'm a WoW player, gosh dang it. But okay, so now oh God, and now we have to reload interface on this guy. It really is cursed. But anyway, first things first, I would say for figuring out what knowledge points you need to grab, right? I would highly recommend grabbing this weak aura. It's called Muse Knowledge Points Tracker. I'll drop a message I'll drop the link in the description, which is for anyone who's watching this YouTube video later on. But basically the weak aura is this one right here. And this will list every single knowledge point that you can get, including the catch-up knowledge points at the bottom down here. All right. Now, for the one-time treasures, right, that are located all over Khazalgar, if you click on them in this list, it will drop a TomTom waypoint for you, which will make it a lot easier to pick up individual ones that you may be missing. Generally, when I'm doing all of the knowledge points for any given character, what I'll do is I'll come over to the Wowhead page that has the knowledge point, the list of all the knowledge points, and just use an add-on called Paste, which allows me to basically paste larger blocks of text. I'll use that to just dump all these in here. And the reason I like doing that is then I have all of the TomTom knowledge points up at the same time, or all the TomTom waypoints up at the same time, which also makes it a little bit easier for me to then figure out where I'm going. Because sometimes, one of these waypoints that may be in another zone may still be closer to me physically. And so I may want to grab one of those first instead. All right, why is TomTom doing this to me? Oh God. No, I want to... Interface issues. Dude, where's my TomTom arrow? And why isn't it showing up here? We set it as the waypoint arrow. Is it just like hidden? Is there something else that's causing it to glitch out? What are we doing? Oh, sorry, we set it on this dude. All right, so let's swap over mounts to this guy. Fun times. But anyways, so I would recommend grabbing this weak aura. It'll show you all of them. You can grab something like, I think this is Silver Dragon or Rare Finder, which will just pop that up as well when you're close by to it. But easiest way is to just grab that Tom. Grab the list off of Wowhead or use the weak aura, and that'll pop it up for you. The other option you have is using an add-on that I particularly like called Weekly Knowledge. And I'll drop a link to that as well in the description. But basically, that's this add-on right here, which will show you at a glance not only the skill and the knowledge points that you have for all of your alts. It'll also show the weekly knowledge sources and if you've completed them or not, which is super handy because the weak aura, of course, will only show it to you for the character that you're on. But that also has a feature called the checklist, which you open by clicking right here. And that pops up a window that looks like this, that also functions functions very similar to the weak aura in that you can not only see the source of each of these items, but you can also alt-click on each of these to place a TomTom waypoint or click to place like an in-game, like the Blizzard waypoint, right? So I would definitely recommend grabbing at least one of either the weak aura or the add-on, or you know what? Go ahead and grab both. They're both free, so no one's forcing you to grab one or the other. The other nice feature that the weak aura has that the add-on doesn't, however, is that it shows you this total at the bottom here for how many catch-up knowledge points are available to you. There are macros that you can get that will do the same thing as well. I think if you probably Google it, you should be able to find the Reddit post that includes those macros. It is a bit unwieldy, and you do have to tinker things a little bit. So I would recommend just grabbing the weak aura instead. It's probably good to have no matter what you're trying to do, right? And generally with these knowledge points, you'll notice that there will be one for each profession in Dornigal itself, somewhere around here, right? There'll be a second one that'll be out here by Boulder Springs. And if you're not a fan of add-ons or weak auras, first of all, how do you play WoW? All right, how is that possible? I would love to learn. But second of all, if you're in the area, you will have a little thingy pop up anyway, so you can just follow my very rough, very vague descriptions of where you can find each of these knowledge point items and just pick them up that way as well. And this table, I believe, has two of the... Never mind. This is just a regular treasure that you can grab for some resonance crystals anyway. I don't think it gives experience or any rep, so... I mean, feel free to grab that while you're at it. If you haven't grabbed it on at least one character, it will also get you closer to unlocking the achievement that I think... I don't remember what the reward of that achievement is, but there is an achievement for grabbing every single treasure in each of the zones, so that'll get you closer to that. All right, where is... I thought it said that there was a knowledge point item out here. Oh, good lord. That's in the Ring of Deeps. Isle of Dorn, yeah, right that one. Flat knife. Where the hell is it telling me to go? To be fair, for leatherworking, I've only done this once, so I'm not super familiar with exactly where all of the knowledge point treasures are. Where the heck is this? Is it not in this area because I said that they're generally in this area? Is that what's going on? Am I having stream luck again? Oh, of course it is. No, because I said on stream that you can generally find one of the knowledge points down here. Of course, leatherworking is the first profession that I can recall that has the knowledge point up here instead. So anyway, we're going to grab that, and then we'll head over to the Ringing Deeps, grab the knowledge points there. Halifal, Ash Kahet, and we should keep an eye out as well while we're flying around for any dirt or any of just the like regular zone treasures, because there are also 2 weekly knowledge points that will come from that on a weekly basis. Oh god, that was a lot of noise on the stream. I love that the music crescendoed at the same time that we had like the in-game alert popping off while I was trying to talk as well. But hopefully the audio is not too scuffed. There we go. Let's head over to the Ringing Deeps. That's all the knowledge points from the Isle of Dorn done. And today, hopefully, it won't take us like an hour and a half like it did last time we tried to do this on stream. Because it really should only take you about 20 minutes to get these all done. But you know your boy. I like getting distracted and ranting and you know, finding other ways to make things take more time. And hopefully someone out there considers that a feature and not a bug. Are we lucky and are all 4 of our knowledge points up north? No, there's one down here it looks like. Sorry, we'll grab the 2 that are in the northwest. Actually, no, we'll grab the 2 that are in the southwest first. Because after that we're going to fly into Halifal and then we'll wrap up in Ajkahet. Because that's also where we're going to buy the cash books. Is that a treasure? Is that dirt? No, that's an herb. Gosh dang it, I saw someone flying to it and got all excited. Because ideally, while we're out on this trek, we can loot all of our treasure knowledge points as well. And so what I mean by that is generally for each profession, other than the gathering professions and enchanting, 2 of your weekly knowledge points, or 4 if it's inscription or alchemy, will come from the world treasures. And not only will you be able to loot those from the actual treasures, like the machine speaker's reliquary that just popped up on screen here, but you can also loot them from the dirt, like the dirt collection little mini game. They can also drop the weekly knowledge point items. So if you're having trouble finding enough of these regular treasures, make sure you're grabbing all of the dirts as well while you're at it, because those can also drop your knowledge points. And generally are a little bit easier to farm up just because they seem to spawn a little bit better. All right, so today's little run, we're also going to have the fun time of Adrel tries to figure out how to play classes that he doesn't generally play. And what I mean is that we're playing a class that isn't a monk or a death knight. So we're probably going to find a stupid way of dying at some point or the other. It's just inevitable, all right? I thought I was somewhat decent with Demon Hunters. Turns out not that great. And Shaman, I, for the life of me, cannot figure out how to play. Oh, geez, that's a lot of things popping up all at once. Are there any mobs around here? Okay, yeah, I think we're going to aggro something if we try and loot that pickaxe. So we'll just leave it. All right, I think there's one more item in here. We are going to have to combat... We are gonna have to enter combat here, which is always risky, because I have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Let's see if I button mash on Shaman, am I able to do anything? Oh, this dude, this guy has an eye level 389. He's gonna get ruffle stomped even with the scaling. For my Demon Hunter, I know that if I just hit the if I hit eye beam, I can usually take out most of the mobs. All right, and then usually button mashing takes out the rest of them. And that's why Demon Hunter is one of the classes that I don't mind playing quite as much. Because it works well for button mashing. Which is basically how I play most classes. I'd like to pretend that that's not how I play Demon Hunter or Monk. But if you guys have watched the stream before, and you've watched what I'm actually hitting, you may have picked up on my little secret. All right, yeah, there's no shot that this dude at eye level 389 is gonna crush much of anything. At 369, this guy's pretty lit. Yeah, he's able to smash things pretty quick as a Demon Hunter, but I don't know how much of that is Demon Hunter being OP or how much of that is just the scaling. Because 467 eye level is actually pretty decent to enter into Khazal-Gar with. And the reason he's 467 is because he's a remix alt. And so they just got eye level 467 in gear when you converted them into regular characters. Earthen alt, did we not grab that? I thought we grabbed that treasure. Yeah, seems like we did. it's the animated enchanting dust that we need next, which should also be somewhere. All right, it's over there. Yeah, it should always also be somewhere around here. So now that we've already found both of these treasures, generally for most professions, your second treasure will be somewhere down in the southern part of the zone, and then your first professional treasure in the Ringing Deeps will be somewhere in the northern part, and then the second one somewhere down in south here. But again, I still maintain that the Weak Aura or the Wowhead page is probably going to be your best bet to find all of these as quickly as possible. All right, save yourself the time, save yourself the energy. All right, there's no prizes for figuring it out yourself. But if you do want to, it will pop up on your mini map, and you can find it that way. Oh, good God! I was trying not to pull more mobs, but we did. Boom. The heck are the Talich ore? Why can't I loot that? If there's just ore lying on the table, surely they could just like steal it, right? It must be worth something because they're mining it, right? Cursed pickaxe. I think that one does give experience. If we can land in a way that doesn't aggro any mobs, then okay, yeah, boom. Because these guys do have the Dark Moon buff up, so we may as well grab it while they have the Dark Moon buff. I don't know if it's an upgrade for either of them. Enter combat. Ooh. I'm just trying to get them both on the same mount. All right, why are... I hope my heart is in Havana. In Havana. Havana, ooh la la. But okay, knowledge point farming. All right, let's head up to the north part of the zone, grab those treasures real quick. I think we got one of our enchanting treasures. Sorry, I think I said earlier in the stream that enchanting, you don't get one of your weekly knowledge points, or 2 of your knowledge points from treasures. I was wrong. I completely forgot. I have like 5 enchanters. You'd think I'd know this, but come on now. You watch the stream at all. Boom, stone leather swatch. All right. Slowly but surely gathering all of our knowledge point items. We're out of vigor. Should we swap over to... Okay. This is my little... This is what I do when I'm multi-boxing and I get sick of not having vigor, is I just literally swap characters. Now this guy doesn't have the treasure points mapped, so we will use the weak aura for the locations here. What's over here? Underground stopping compound. All right, I think that's inside. Is that inside here? Well, while we're here, we may as well turn in this little quest, right? Because then we can start gathering actual globs of wax. Oh, I forgot to grab the 34 slot bag. I feel like my faint mind. Who can relate? Ooh. I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. All right, quest done. We still have the Dark Moon buff up, but we don't have any more. Oh, this guy has more wax. Strange, but oh well. Let's see. Did we get anything sweet out of our waxy bundle? Oh, resonance crystals and like vendor trash. So that was a thing that we did do. All right, where exactly is this underground stopping? I think it's inside the building upstairs. Again, I've only done one leatherworker so far, so I'm not super familiar with all the leatherworking treasures. I mean, let's be honest, even the enchanting ones I'm not super familiar with. but I vaguely recall where they are, right? But yeah, I mean, in most cases, yeah, sorry, I said in the north part of the zone. Actually, most professions have it somewhere around Gunnergars. Some of them have it inside the inn. Some of them have it inside these different little rooms here. So if you are trying to find them by just looking at your map, hopefully that helps. Okay. Okay, so that's. I was about to say that's the ring and deep's done, but that's not correct because we forgot to grab the second enchanting treasure, which I believe is also inside here. So like I said, I'm not super familiar with the enchanting treasures either, right? I'm not gonna pretend. The hell is it though? Never mind, it is a north of here. I don't know why it's still showing up on my mini-map even though we already grabbed it, but hey, that's add-ons for you. Discarded toolbox. Oh, that gives us a nice little trinket. Well, let's grab the soot-covered orb, because that's our enchanting treasure. If the game will let me click it. I don't know why the interact key isn't working. Jeez, Blizzard. Patches in a bugs in a Blizzard game. Boom. Can we equip it requires level 74. Gosh, dang it. All right. Did this guy not loot? Okay, he didn't loot it yet. Boom. We got some engineering mats. That's kind of sweet, right? Not that these characters have engineering, but we can mail them over to our engineer and use them for something. Don't ask me for specifics. I mean, mainly my engineer is crafting profession equipment because you know that if there's a profession equipment out there, your boy's trying to craft it and probably making a good amount of gold with it. But other than that, my engineer also does like well, was making decent enough gold with the battle reses, right? That item was kind of good. And at some point I did want to set up an alt for like potion bombs, because those also seem like they probably sell decently well for Mythic Plus. But I never really got around to doing that, and I'm slowly approaching the point at which my main engineer can just craft that anyway, which will save me having to spend on profession equipment and also like setting up a second engineer just for that. Although I do wonder if there's gold to be made from setting up a tinker focused engineer. Chat, are any of you making big gold with engineering beyond like profession equipment and maybe some of the crafted equipment? Because I have been doing the crafted PvP stuff as well. And that's I mean, brought in a non-zero amount of gold. It's nothing fabulous, but every now and then you'll see someone in chat looking for one of those items, and yeah, it's a nice little commission there, right? You make it a little 10 grand if you're lucky. I mean, these days it seems like more and more people are moving to the point where it's just like you craft for resourcefulness, which is less fun. But I'm also spoiled because literally early on in the expansion, someone tipped me 100 grand to craft an enchanting rod for them. And so after that, I mean, it's really being all downhill from there in terms of crafting commissions. How's green PvP gear selling? Well, yeah, the green PvP gear sells well. And I think part of it is also because there's not that many people crafting it. I think a lot of people think that it's like, oh, why would anyone buy an eye level 558 piece of gear, right? Because it's so easy to acquire gear at level 80. The thing is, I would say there's two types of players who are going to buy that. First of all, well, I mean, for the PvP gear, it's primarily going to be PvPers. But the main reason that they would want to buy that in the first place is because it scales to 606 in PvP situations. And 606, I mean, I don't care how easy it is to acquire PvP gear or whatever the thing is, but if you can just hit the auction house and pick up eye level 606 gear, there's going to be a lot of people who want to do that and just make it quicker for them to farm up everything else. And I mean, the other thing that I keep saying about PvP gear is that even once you unlock the like higher tier gear, you're going to be able to upgrade that gear. So in a lot of cases, for PvP players who are planning on crafting gear anyway, they'd have to get that crafted at some point anyway. So they may as well, at least the math that I would do in that situation is that you may as well buy the green version and then find someone to recraft it for you at higher qualities. Yeah, so it still sells, to answer your question, it does sell well. Not as crazily as in like Dragonflight, especially in the later seasons. Because Dragonflight, every time a new season dropped, you could be sure that a good number of people were going to buy a full new set of gear for themselves, right? A full new set of PvP gear. And because the eye level jumps were massive. And I expect to see that with season 2 and season 3. I don't know how many seasons they're planning for Dragonflight. I don't know if we get a 4th season or if we just go straight into the next expansion, right? But the nice little change that they've made with what do you call it? The nice little change that they've made with the War Within is that once you have a PvP recipe for one season, you unlock that for all of the seasons. The recipe will just update with each additional season, and you won't have to relearn, you won't have to buy a new version of it for, let's say, season 2 or season 3 or whatever, which is how it worked in Dragonflight. In Dragonflight, every season you had to get the recipe back over. And so that's why already going into this expansion, I was willing to spend a lot more on those recipes, because of the fact that you're buying it for the rest of the expansion, which is, yeah, always going to be worth it. So why not start straight with work orders? I mean, they could, but a lot of people may not want, like the work order system is a bit janky, right? It isn't the simplest, and if you're doing something from scratch, right? Whereas if you can just hit they may not want to figure out the different items, what things cost, right? Can they get this crafted with rank 2 materials? Do they need to invest in all rank 3 materials to have it crafted at max quality? I mean, if you're using the gear for PvP, the item level actually doesn't matter because it's still going to scale to the exact same item level. So if you have a rank 5 crafted PvP gear that's eye level 558, it's going to scale to eye level 606 in PvP. If you get that crafted at rank 1 as well, it's still going to scale to eye level 606 in PvP. So a lot of times PvPers I've seen are like, listen, just craft this for me as cheaply as possible. I do not give a damn about PvE eye level, which makes sense, right? Because if you're not playing, like if you're not trying to if you're not trying to do PvP on that toon anyway, then why bother investing in a better quality item than you actually need? But yes, I mean, that's my thinking as to why people may be willing to not muck about with diving straight into the crafting order system. They may be okay to just like spend a little bit more, get the rank 5 version off the auction house, and not have to worry about mats and finding someone to craft it for them and worrying about tipping enough and stuff like that, right? Usually for a little bit more than what it would cost them in terms of mats, they can just straight up buy the item off the auction house, which a lot of players are just more comfortable with doing. Lil J, I didn't know that. Yeah, so I don't know how well they publicized it, but yeah, it was one of the changes that I was super excited about with the crafted PvP gear. And the other thing I love about it is also that you, like many of my favorite items to sell, you can sell it cross realms super easily because they're on the server specific auction houses. So if you're having difficulty selling it on your main realm, right, create an allied race, sell it on another server, and you're done. Heck, you can, I mean, the thing I like about that is you can even sell it decently well and at decent profits on higher pop servers like Area 52, because there's just so many PvPers on that server that I guess the number of crafters they have on their server aren't able to fully cater to all the demand. Okay, so it looks like we did actually get all of our weekly knowledge point treasures except for one, So at this point, we should stop farming the treasures and just loot the knowledge point treasures. Now, after the one of these two characters does need one more knowledge point item, like weekly knowledge point treasure item. So we'll grab that. We'll keep grabbing treasures as we fly along if they're not too far out of range. I mean, a profane tinderbox would be nice. They're not worth as much as they were before, but I mean, it's still 600-700 gold, right? Not too bad for looting a random treasure. Disturbed dirt. Since when does that show up in the rare finder? I'm guessing we just bugged out on one of them. Smuggler's treasures. Anything decent in this? Halafalarati wrap. I mean, nice to have, but again, I've already gotten most of everything that I want in terms of profession rewards from the factions. Anything now is just for like mounts or like whatever, which I'm not in a rush for because I know I'll unlock those eventually anyway. All right, Arati leather burnisher. Let's grab that. Boom. Boom. That's that done. Wait, dirt showing up on rare scanner now, Midro? No, that's what I'm saying. I think it bugged out because it doesn't seem to be doing that for the others. It would be sick if it did. Because I think in Dragonflight it did, if I'm not mistaken, right? But no, I mean, we just flew up to this dirt and it didn't show up here. So I think it just bugged out for one of them. Or something janky happened. But I don't think it's able to detect all of them now. Which low-key I kind of don't mind because in Dragonflight a lot of times I would already have all my weekly knowledge points, and so I didn't really want to necessarily gather any more dirt for the week. But it would still keep popping up. Like I guess it came down to what do you call it? Me just not switching off my add-on at the right times. Essence of Holy Fire. Where is that?
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
Are both of the knowledge point items down here? Is that what's going on? Oh, okay. Anyway, so in Halifal, generally, you'll have one of the knowledge point items around Merildar and then another one down in the southern area. Of course, being that I'm saying that, of course, for leatherworking, it seems like there's one that's just in the southwest, which is a bit unusual, but you should have known that if I was saying something on stream, streamer luck would make it so that it would spawn in a different location this time. All right, so we got one more treasure in here, and then one more treasure over there, and then one more in the southwest, and then just two in Ajkahet that we have to grab in addition to the knowledge point books, after which we are done and we can actually start doing the build. Because I don't, the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking that I should probably do these knowledge point gatherers off stream because I don't think they're super interesting or exciting. I don't know. How do you guys feel? Don't know why Blizzard do it this way. Well, because I think they probably just thought it was too easy for people to farm dirt, right? I mean, I think we talked about it last stream, right? About that guy who spent like 16 hours a day after the launch of Dragonflight just flying around looting all of the dirt. And so I think they probably wanted to make it a little bit more like you actually need to look out for the dirt. And to be fair, it's not that hard. I feel like farming dirt isn't all that hard. I mean, if you have highlight mode set to high, they do show up pretty well. You can use an inky black potion to make them easier if you really want to farm a boatload of dirt. But after you get your 2 knowledge points for each profession each week, there's not really a great reason, especially now that they nerfed profane tinderboxes. I mean, earlier on, profane tinderboxes would have been another reason that you would want to farm more dirt. But even then, could you ever get profane tinderboxes to drop from dirt? Because I feel like I remember people saying that it didn't drop from dirt. It only dropped from the zone treasures. And those do show up on the minimap. So, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe if you're a gatherer, it could be handy to have it on there. But there is also a point at which the minimap just gets too cluttered, right? And I think Handy Notes does sort of give you rough maps of where things show up. Like which areas have more dirt. It dropped for you. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose you could do it that way. Does gatherer or gathermate track where dirts are? Because otherwise you could basically put together a little map for yourself and do it that way. But I see what you're saying. You'd still need to like look down and figure out where exactly it is. We looted this. Yeah, we looted that treasure. All right, I think we have one more in the southwest, which is perfect because we're heading down to Ajkahet at this point anyway. This guy still needs his 30 Nerubian carapace, but I think we should hopefully find that along the way anyway. In front of your friends, you know what I'm into. Don't need to hide it, no. You can be mine, let's take it slow. And he's a hater. The hell is this? Is it upstairs? Oh no, it's literally up here. Let's grab that. And we're almost done, boys. Oh, you know what though? I'm a moron. I forgot that we still need to grab. We need to grab. Where is it? Oh, we need to grab this off of the Hallowfall rep vendor. All right, so let's fly back up to Merildar. And let's grab that. Because we have enough artisan security, and those books are basically free once you've unlocked the rep. So if you haven't unlocked the rep knowledge point books on any of your characters, please do. It's a super easy way of getting 10 extra knowledge points, right? Which at this point, who can turn down? And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, it's this item right here. You unlock this at renown level 14 with the Hallowfall Arathi for leatherworking. Yeah, and level 14 with the Hallowfall Arathi isn't that difficult to get these days. I would say do some bountiful delves. That'll give you a little bit of, that'll give you a nice chunk of rep every week. But otherwise, do all the side quests, right? Do all the side quests. That'll give you a good chunk of experience of rep as well. And my map is glitched out. Let's do it on this character. Yeah, do all the side quests, right? Do the spreading the light event is particularly great because not only do you get rep from doing from I think from the rares and things like that, but also each of the lesser keyflames that you activate, and there's 8 of them, gives you another will spawn a quest giver who will give you a quest that should give you another 200 rep each. So that's another 1600 rep that you can get from that event itself. And I think that's why Blizzard required renown level 14 for Hallowfall Arathi versus 12 for some of the other factions. But okay, let's head over to Ajkahet. And I'm going to hit my camera for a second because I got to fix my air conditioner again. But don't worry, folks. We're still here. I'm still here, right? We're still very slowly gathering our knowledge points for leatherworking and enchanting. I mean, I'm almost wondering if we should have just hearthed back to Dornogal and then used the Dornogal portal to Ajkahet. Because that may have been quicker, actually. Arathi treasure hoard, yeah, sure. Let's grab it because this guy does. Well, this guy still needs his sturdy Nerubian carapace. One sec. All right, we're back. I also grabbed some Sour Patch Kids because why not? It is a Wednesday after all. It's a day of the week that ends in Y. So that means it's a sour candy day. I feel like we may as well pick up the weekly quest for these guys, just in case we do take out a rare along the way. It'll give us some credit towards that, right? All right, we have the Void Shard, which I think we loot somewhere over here, right? And again, in Ashka Head as well, one of the knowledge point. Oh god, of course this guy's map is bugged. One of the knowledge point treasures will generally be closer to the Weaver's Lair, and the second one will almost always be in the City of Threads. You'll always have one in the City of Threads. Watch there not be one for Leatherworking. The Leatherworking one is freaking back in Dornigal or some nonsense. Yeah, and so the other thing we have to do is we'll grab the cash books while we're here. I'm not sure if I'll grab the enchanting ones, in all honesty. Although I may as well. I feel like cash isn't that hard to come by these days. Because any caches that you get past your first 4 on any of your max level tunes will give you like 450 cash, which is, I mean, almost enough for a full book in and of itself. And then Bountiful Delves will also give you some more cash, right? There's a lot of ways to get cash these days. Especially at level 80, cash is pretty free-flowing. I feel like it's not as hard as it was earlier in the expansion. Book of Dark Magic. That's that one. The hell? Oh. I thought I was still moving. And welcome to the stream, anyone who's just joining us. I see we have a couple more people on Twitch. What's up? We're basically flying around looting all of the knowledge point treasures for leatherworking and enchanting, because we're setting up an enchanter and, well, we're setting up 2 enchanters and leatherworkers on today's stream, both because I need a second leatherworker. Well, a second and a third, I suppose. But also because I wanted to show you guys some new builds, and also test out the enchanting knowledge point catch-up mechanism and see exactly how much artisan security we get from going through it. Because that'll apply to every profession. What's up, Jelly Beans? Welcome to the stream on YouTube. Love farming treasures and herbs/mines in between PvP queues. The wax has been huge too. I just stack those until I have a couple hundred and hand them in for a bunch of those waxy rocks. Yeah, so I was doing the noob thing and trading them in for dust, because I thought that was the best thing. But I forgot that enchanting dust prices went down like crazy. And yeah, completely agree with you. The waxy rocks are much better, because in like almost every, I would say at worst in every other one of those waxy rock pouches, you'll get a null stone, which is still worth a couple grand, which is pretty sweet. And I guess if you're flying around herbing and mining anyway, then yeah, getting a couple extra null stones is never a bad thing, right? And in between PvP queues, that sounds like the perfect thing to do. Because part of the issue with crafting is that it does require quite a bit of focus and calculations and math and things like that these days. And so I would imagine it would be a little bit, it could be, I should say, a little bit tough to like, sorry, this is why I don't generally have candy on stream. Because I end up having to chew in like the middle of a sentence. No, but I feel like something like mining or herbing or like gathering in general, you don't need to like really lock in as much. Whereas for me, if I was about to craft like 100 or something, and then a queue popped, I would probably waste a lot. I would waste even more time than I already do, resetting and like, you know, coming back to processing it again. By which I mean like refocusing on what I was doing, what price I was buying mats at, right? Is it profitable? Do I need to use a different tool? Like all the different things. I feel like queues popping in the midst of that would be a little intrusive. So something like gathering is perfect for that. Okay, so we've gotten all of the knowledge point treasures, right? We grabbed the knowledge points that you get from rep. And so now we're going to buy the cash books. And so basically in the city of Threads in Ajkahet, right, southwest Ajkahet, there's trainers for every single profession who sell a knowledge point book that will give you 10 knowledge points. It won't give you any artisan security. You won't get the usual 50 artisan security that you would expect to get with 10 knowledge points, right? But these will give you 10 knowledge points in each of the professions, and they basically cost 565 cash each. Now, annoyingly, I think we will need to go loot a treasure or something in the zone just so that these guys have cash show up in their little window here so that we can transfer them over, because it is account transferable. You can transfer cash between different characters on your account, which is super handy because it's a lot easier to get cash at level 80 than it is at the lower levels. That said, if you don't have cash on your main, or you're just not doing a lot of endgame content and whatever, or you want to farm the cash for each of these characters on that character itself, what I would say is your best bet is there are a couple of quests. I think not tense. Is it tense recovery? It may be tense recovery. There we go. The second front, I think, will give you about 150 cash. There's quests for the Spiral Weave and all three of the delves in Ajkahet that will give you a little bit of cash as well. And then I think the Infestation quest also gives you cash. So does Nothing Ventured. And I think that's it. I don't think any of the other quest lines give you cash, but those alone should be decent enough. And especially if you do some rares and loot some treasures and things along the way, you should have more. You should be able to farm up enough cash to buy both of your books without too much difficulty there. And if not, I mean, you can also just do the dirt farm, the dirt and the treasures in Ajkahet. Basically, just doing things in Ajkahet will earn you cash. And so, if you don't have enough cash to buy those knowledge point books, I would definitely recommend spending a little bit of time farming up that cash. It shouldn't take you too long, and 10 knowledge points is a huge difference, right? That can and will make a huge difference on your profit margin. And so you ideally want to do that up front, right? You want to get as many knowledge points as you can before you start crafting, ideally. And heck, if at all possible, you want to even do that before you level up the profession itself. Do any of you guys know what I'm supposed to actually do when the dirt piles explode like that and start throwing those yellow little splashes all over the place? Because I'll be honest with you, every time that happens, I've tried running through them and I've tried jumping on them. I've tried running away from them. Nothing ever seems to happen. Because usually when things like that are plopping, I thought you stand in them. That's what I thought. I thought you stand in them, but I run over to them. Maybe it's just my lag is so bad. Because I don't live in the US and I play on US servers. So maybe it's just a lag thing where my lag is so bad that's why I'm not getting any loot out of them. I suppose that's entirely possible. Oh, wait, what are we doing? We need to... All right, the location that it took us to was incorrect. All right, where's one of the guaranteed treasures? I feel like there's one somewhere, not in Silver Moon. There's one somewhere around here, right? Nerubian Offerings, that's the one. Boom, how do we get to that? Well, I guess we need Vigor. So that would be a good a good start. Sorry, I read your message saying down south. Is there another one down south? Oh, I guess there's this. Okay, the trap trove. Well, I guess we need Vigor to get to that one as well. But yeah, I think there's one in this little nook right here. And so basically what we're doing right now is we're trying to get at least one cash on each of these characters so that they can then use the currency transfer system. Boom, there we go. All right, that should have given them each 45 cash. And so the books are 565 each. I promise I'm decent at math, but I'm just going to double check my math just for you guys, right? I know what the number is. I know exactly what 565 times 2 is. But just, to help anyone out there that may be less good at math, it's 1,130. All right, so we'll transfer these over. I guess I didn't need to transfer quite 1,130. because we don't quite need that. The interesting thing is so we transferred 1,130 cash onto this guy here, right? Swapping over to this other account, it's still showing my main as having 2,869. And so this is why I think they didn't do account-wide currencies, right? That's why they integrated this like currency transfer system instead. I think that's part of the reason why. Because otherwise I could just spend the cash in quick succession on both of these characters and it would be a lot harder for the game to figure that out. So I think that's the reason why they did that, is just to minimize the potential for exploits to exist that would allow you to do something like that. But I don't know. That's my speculation. And I think overall I like the transfer system anyway. It's a little buggy. It's not flawless, but I think I like it better than if they just done account-wide currency. Because if you guys remember with traders tenders, right? Dude, these had so many issues when they first dropped, where it would show one amount on one character, a different amount on another character. It would sometimes just disappear for like a week, and then you couldn't buy anything with them, right? Because they tried to do an account-wide currency, and so it didn't work. But okay, we got the knowledge point book from here for leatherworking. Let's go grab the enchanting one real quick, and I think it's inside this little hut here. And then we're going to use all of these items and see how many knowledge points we get to. And then we're going to do the fun things of what do you call it? Of actually leveling up the profession. But okay, I think that's all the knowledge point books, right? Oh, this guy, oh, he still needs a treasure. All right, let's fly around and try and find him his damn treasure so that we don't have to leave Dornigal ever again on him. At least for like a week. Nope, exploit should not happen either way. That's the definition of transaction. Yeah, fair enough. I agree with you that in a perfect world, the system would just work and would not be exploitable. But it's Blizzard we're talking about here, right? Small indie developer, right? Hamster-powered servers. Come on, man. Be for real, all right? Cut them some slack. All right, how are they gonna figure out a complicated city slicker system like that? All right. Although I was watching something crazy the other day about how when vanilla WoW launched, the auction house system was basically like one of the more complicated setups that game devs had ever attempted, and that they basically like consulted people who worked on the NASDAQ because there weren't any in-game marketplaces. There weren't in-game marketplaces that were nearly as complicated in any other games. Because I played a decent bit of RuneScape back in the day, but I don't remember trading a whole bunch. I remember farming a bunch of things, and I remember getting scammed a couple of times, which I feel is like the crux of RuneScape, right? Is like farming things and getting scammed. Oh, wait, my camera's off. I feel like that's the crux of old school RuneScape was farming a whole bunch of wood and then getting scammed, right? But did they have an auction house system? I don't think so, right? I think it was all like player-to-player trades. And so supposedly when setting up the WoW vanilla auction house for the first time, it was a real technical feat that they accomplished. Is my camera not on yet? Of course it isn't. Why would anything work? The heck? Oh, there we go. That was weird. OBS does OBS things, I suppose. Okay, let's see. Did he get... Why didn't he get loot? Or did he get loot and I just didn't realize it? No. Oh god, I keep alt-tabbing into the wrong window. And dirt farming we go. Oh wait, never mind, he got his knowledge point item? All right, 1 second, let's double check here. Everyone has their weekly treasures. Yep. Yep. All right, back to Dornagle we go. And this guy, for some reason, doesn't have his freaking action bars enabled. They got disabled somehow, some way. I don't even know how, because I swear to God, I did that at the start. Did I get... Oh, I think I got disconnected at some point, and that's probably what did it. Oh, and his Hearthstone is set to Orgrimmar. What are we doing? This is all janked up. Oh, they're both set to... No, stop casting. Stop Lord. All right, let's port back to Dornagle. Oh God, and his map is broken. Janktastic is what's up here. Hey, what's up, Seek? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. How is your Wednesday going? How is Blizzard treating you this week? How was your vault? I didn't do any tier 8 bountiful delves last week, and I certainly didn't do any Zekavir since they nerfed the crap out of that. And so my vault was kind of trash. Was trash on Pally, fair enough. But yeah, so I mean my vault was like all eye level 584, and again not even anything decent at eye level 584. And so I just took the little token thingamabobbers instead. But actually yesterday I was I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of fed up with doing auction house things, and so I was like, all right, you know what? Let me try playing the actual game. And so I ran a couple of bountiful delves, and actually had a decent time. They took me super long though, man. I gotta get better at running tier 8 bountiful delves, because they're still taking me like 20 minutes, even though my freaking what do you call it? Oh jeez. I think we should probably take a break in a second here. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, because I've been running it in Brewmaster. So things are just it's just super slow to like kill things. Anytime I try and do it on Windwalker, I end up dying a bunch. The other thing I attempted yesterday was going in with 2 characters and then just playing on one, and that didn't work super well. If going Brewmaster makes sure your Brand is DPS. The thing is, I need his healing potions though. Both Windwalker and Brewmaster, I keep Brand and Healer. And that's probably just a skill issue with me playing Brewmaster, because I don't think I should be dying much as Brewmaster. But I suppose I haven't tried setting him to DPS. Maybe that's the move. Blizzard messed up the weekly dungeon quest. Oh, because the heroics weren't counting towards it or something, right? Oh, you're talking about the rep one? I don't know, dude. I haven't done any of the rep quests. I'm not really doing any of the things for rep farming. Like, I'm not actively farming rep on any of my characters, because I have all the knowledge point books unlocked, and I have the 30% crafting speed buff up, which is all I want from the reps. Why is this guy still showing Dragonflight reps? Jeez. Weird. Yeah. I mean, I've been casually like getting renowned with all these factions, and picking up the crests and the valor stones and stuff like that as I encounter them. Oh, I didn't even know I got additional rewards from snuffling treasures, but that's nice to have, I suppose. And I suppose I'm just like 2 rep away. Well, like 1 rep level away from unlocking the Mudnose mount. That's kind of cool. And Council of Dornagle. Oh, dude, I'm only half a renown level away from unlocking the Council of Dornagle mount. That's kind of cool too. What about Halifal Arathi? What do I get at 17? Trial of Burning Light. What's that? Is that a toy? I feel like that's a toy. Champion Bracers. That would be kind of nice for alts, I guess. And then the mount is much further in. I was gonna complain about having another Lynx, but honestly, I'm a sucker for cat mounts. So that's cool. Catch crystals. No, not that one. Go look at the quest now. Well, neither of these characters are level 80, so I can't check it, unfortunately. Midro, would you mind if I DM you over Discord about the... No, for sure, dude. Hit me up on Discord. Just let me know which of the items you want, and I'll be more than happy to give you the code. But yeah, feel free to message me on Discord. I'll be honest, I don't check Discord as often as I should, but I'll keep an eye out now that you've let me know that you are going to be messaging me there. So Twitch, I think, goes through Whisper. I sent you a Whisper message. I don't know if it allows you to message back. I doubt it's like a one-way communication method. But anyway, listen, if you're more comfortable with Discord, drop me a message on Discord. Okay, so we've gathered all of our knowledge point items here, right? So I think let's go ahead and use them. Or you know what? Let's take a quick little break. And then we'll come back and actually use the knowledge point items. How does that sound? And then we'll actually do the leatherworking build. And I'm also going to quickly just reload interface on both of these guys so that they're freaking out. So that we have hopefully we have fewer interface issues once we're back from break. Apparently it does not let you get back to me. Very strange. Very, very strange. But okay. Let's take a quick little break and then we'll come back and get to everything else. If you are watching live and you're enjoying the content, please consider subbing, right? YouTube subs help, but Twitch subs help the most. You don't need to spend any money if you have, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a Twitch Prime subscription completely free to you. It's included in your Amazon Prime membership, and all you have to do is when you hit the subscribe button on Twitch, you can just check a little box that says use Twitch Prime, and it doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out because your boy's trying to replace his broken, janky headset. So, quick break, and then we will come back and actually do the build and the leatherworking leveling. I think I also need to grab profession equipment for him, so we'll probably have to alt top a little bit then. But we'll do that once we're back, all right? See you guys in a few. All right, gang, and we are back. Apologies for the extended break there. Ooh, that grinding noise was not nice. Anyways, we are back. Welcome anyone who's just joining us on the stream. What we're doing on today's stream is we are basically setting up a leatherworker, two leatherworkers and 2 enchanters. We started off by gathering all the knowledge point treasures, as well as the cache books and the rep books, knowledge point books those are. And so our bags are filled with knowledge point items. We also picked up the weekly treasures. So we're good to go. All right, and now we can do the fun part, which is actually using all these items, spending the knowledge points, and leveling up the profession so that we can start making gold with these characters. All right? That's what we're up to today. Let me catch up on chat real quick. If the weekly dungeon quest wasn't blizzarded, I would have been renowned 24 with Council Thorn. Oh, damn. Dude, that's rough. What do you get at 24? Oh, you get the second mount. Oh, plus the Enchanted Rune Harbinger quest. Dang. And more resonance crystals as well. Damn, Seek, I'm sorry to hear that. But I would probably wait to do it on another alt if in case they fix it in a hotfix, maybe? I don't know, that's the only thing I can think of as like a potential solution. Oh, for Christ's sake, should I have picked this quest up before? Screw it. We're not doing weeklies. Come on now, these are professionals. I'm not supposed to leave Dornagal. They know the rules. They got their one outing. All right, and they're probably going to spend the rest of the expansion in Dornagal. If they know it's good for them. But okay, we got the leatherworking quest. I think the enchanting quest will unlock a little bit later on. What we now need to do is, first of all, use up all of these knowledge point items that we have in our bags. So I think let's go ahead and start doing that, because then we'll get a good estimate of roughly how many knowledge points we're starting off with. But then the next thing we'll need to do is get profession equipment before we start actually leveling up the professions. The way I always miss you. I hate the way I always miss you. I can probably do 2 characters at once, right? And I could just use the add-on I have called New Openables, which is down here, which basically just gives you a handy little button that you can press to use whatever like usable items you have in your bags. But I also am worried that I'm going to click on something and use an item that I don't intend on using, which probably isn't too much of a risk because these guys are literally fresh level 70s that like just got out of remix. All right, knowledge point, knowledge point, knowledge point, knowledge point, knowledge point, knowledge point. Let's unlock all of these. And so I think the non-blood, I think this orc guy is going to be our profession equipment crafter for leatherworker. Whereas this guy, I haven't really decided what we're going to do on this blood elf. Now, being a blood elf, I think the move is probably to focus on enchanting. In which case, having leatherworking as a secondary profession was kind of dumb, if we're being honest here. But he already has leatherworking. He already has some skill in leatherworking. We did the Dark Moon Fair quest for leatherworking. So even if it's a little bit suboptimal, I think we will just stick with keeping leatherworking on him, even if he decides to focus on enchanting. I mean, then, in all honesty, a better fit would be tailoring. But well, we made the decision, and... What am I going to go back on my word? Come on now. But okay, let's see in our guild bank which of the profession equipments we already have. I think we're going to focus on leatherworking first. We'll do, which anyways makes sense because then we can disenchant all the items for enchanting. So yeah, one way or another, that's what we should be doing. Now, is the search gonna work? Do we just not have any leatherworking profession equipment? That may be what's going on. The hell is the leatherworking gear called anyway? Oh, we probably have to hop over to my miner to craft all that. Why are these just lying in my guild bank? Good lord. Leatherworking, profession, equipment. Where are you? I think we're probably gonna have to. Yep. I don't think we have any in our guild bank, annoyingly enough. Which is fair enough. Well, I should probably figure out who I actually need to log over to. that may be of use. All right, here I put together a handy little guide as to who crafts the profession equipment for each of these items. Okay, here we go. Leatherworking. We need our blacksmith and then our leather worker. And both of those dudes are on the same account, so it's going to take us twice as long to do this, presumably. Because I don't even... Yeah, this isn't even the account that... All right, I guess we repost on that account while we're crafting our profession equipment on the second account. All right, so first of all, let's move this guy up in the list, right? He's become more important now that he actually has professions that we're going to do something with. Should we get our mailbox opening out of the way? We might as well, right? While we're crafting on the other dude. So, drum roll. Monday's stream, we hit 40.2 million gold, right? New record. GG, right? We celebrated. We clapped it a little bit. We celebrated a little bit, right? And then I invested a bunch in the past couple days, and I don't think I quite made back all the gold that I invested yet. So I think we are actually under 40 million gold this stream. Although seeing what we just sold now, it's gonna be very close. If we open up auctions on all of our other characters, then we'll be above 40 million gold again. Okay, that was close, folks. But okay, let's go ahead and craft the profession equipment we need first on this dude. Is there anything else he needs for blacksmithing? Does he have all of his knowledge points? This is how I distract myself. But I think he's fully maxed. Boom. Okay, yeah, he's maxed out his ever-burning forge and his resourcefulness, and then of course means of production he's fully maxed out on as well. Oh, dude, I forgot how freaking expensive the leatherworking profession equipment is. Because they use null stones. Oh. Bro, even if we get the artisan's acuity isn't the difficult part of getting the blue leatherworking profession equipment. It's the 5 null stones. And then, of course, the iron claw alloys as well. Oh, God. These are so damn expensive. Gosh dang it. Yo, I would have to spend like 40 grand on just 2 pieces of profession equipment for my leather workers because they need 5 null stones each. All right, we're probably going to drop leatherworking on one of these characters, or at the very least not get them their freaking profession equipment. That's wild. There's no shot that I'm spending that much. Anyways, we hopped over here to craft the green profession equipment. It also uses a null stone. God damn it. Not happy about this. Not happy about this. I don't know why I didn't think about this before. Dude, they both use null stones? God. 9,000 gold for 2 pieces of green profession equipment. 2 pieces, 9,000 gold. What? Wait. I don't like this. I don't like this game anymore. Maybe I just abandon crafting and never craft again. Dude, that's so much. That's so much. That's so unfair. First of all, it's dumb as hell that any profession needs so many null stones, or like any item that's like that expensive, right? For their profession equipment. It's jank enough that they need sorry, one second. I'm trying to pull out these stones. I swear we had more in the guild bank. Didn't we just see it on our other character? Yeah, here. Why didn't this show up in the search? What? Well, stone didn't work last time around, so why would I believe it this time? All right. I don't think I see any other, like, profession stones or, like, weapon stones, right? Am I missing any? Okay, no, we have them all in our bags now. We gotta manually post them because of reasons. But okay, we'll do our mailbox openings. We'll hit flipping 40 million gold, and then we will spend a stupid amount on leveling up leatherworking, I guess. I am in two minds now. I don't know if I want to level up a second leatherworker then. One for profession equipment. I think I can justify that. I think I can swing that. I think I can justify the cost there. I don't know that I can justify a second leatherworker, especially if I don't know what I'm going to do with him, because it's going to cost me like 100 grand, right, to set up a second, to set up a third rather leatherworker, and I don't know what I'm going to do with him anyway. So what's the point of that? That's kind of dumb. And I have enough materials to craft both of the, like all four of these things anyway, I think. Yeah, because it's just a core alloy and a null stone. Ugh. Dude, that's brutal. I feel like I may have already come to this realization before, and that may be why I don't have more leatherworking alts. And I didn't plan to have more leatherworking alts. All right, how much does my ever-burning forge actually give me in terms of crafting stats? Because then either I use one up or I don't. 255 resourcefulness, and we'll make back about a quarter of that. So 255 times 0.25, 63 gold per craft. So, and we're crafting 4 items right now. So 255 gold. It's basically the same if we do or don't use the ever-burning ignition. I mean, like, it's a 15 gold difference, but also that's not accounting for the cost of the artisan's acuity. And I don't feel like spending artisan's acuity because I don't want to, and Blizzard can't make me. Sorry, let's just go ahead and craft these. Oh, no. Ooh, dude. Oh, my God. So, what y'all may have noticed here is that I accidentally I forgot that I need to put a missive on the damn tools. And obviously, both of the tools I crafted rolled with freaking crafting speed. The most trash tier profession crafting stat in existence. So not only are both of these useless, I'm definitely not going to spend 20 artisan's acuity. Oh, we procced the nullstone on resourcefulness from this. But both of these are basically useless. Oh, dude. For Christ's sake. I'm such a moron. Why did I do that? I mean, I guess I can try and sell them. But it's not like they're I mean, they're like barely profitable to sell. Oh, I need a resourcefulness tool is what I need. Now, I don't think I have any missives on hand. Do I have any crafted missives on this chick? Otherwise, I'm just going to buy one. Screw it. It's fine. We'll make it back. We'll make back the gold at some point. Okay, that was really dumb of me. But you know what? I did that on purpose so that you guys would remember to always use a missive. 1,480 gold for a rank 1 missive. What is going on? Should I log over and just craft my own missive? God, dude. So I don't think I'm actually. I don't think I'm actually saving all that much gold by crafting my own profession equipment. I thought we'd make some gold here. 564, 2600. Can we? If we can find one with resourcefulness that isn't priced stupid, then it's probably cheaper for us to just buy it than pay for a missive. Okay. Fine. I don't think we saw any with resourcefulness in here, right? Got 40 million gold. Trying to save 200 gold on the auction house. Screw it. Yeah, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to just do this than to use a missive to craft a green professional equipment. Or we already spent so much on the damn nullstone. That's annoying. Oh god, that's annoying. Dude, I'm so irritated. But hey, we figured out that we're only gonna do one leatherworker, I guess. Well, what I was gonna say was, I wonder if I should just then have my, instead of spending a bunch of gold on getting all of their profession equipment set up and all that junk, I wonder if I should just have my main leatherworker spec into crafting into crafting profession equipment, because he only needs the 30 knowledge points, right, to be able to do that. The point is, though, he's already burned through all of his artisan's acuity, and so all the leatherworking recipes that require artisan's acuity, he's not going to be able to grab. So it's pointless anyway, right? How many recipes are there that require artisan's acuity with leatherworking? I think a decent bit, right? There's quite a few pieces of profession equipment that actually come from artisan's acuity and leatherworking. What is it? Pattern? Yeah, check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so that's 8 times 150. Jeez, how much artisan's acuity is that? 150 times 8, and that's, oh, dude, there's another couple that are also rep gated. There's like 2 more that's like Arathi, and one of the other things. 1,500 artisan's acuity is gonna go on that leatherworker just to buy the recipes for all the different profession equipment. Not counting any of the profession equipment for themselves or any of that, right? Just to buy all the recipes for all the profession equipment that leatherworkers can craft. Yeah, so there's no shot that my main leatherworker is going to get that much artisan's acuity in any meaningful period of time. All right, let's post auctions. Then we'll do a quick little mailbox opening, and then we'll log over and level up one of the leatherworkers, all right? Until I actually figure out a build that I want to go for on the second leatherworker, I'm not going to bother leveling up leatherworking, because the profession accessories alone, the blue ones are like 50,000 gold, which is a stupid amount. To be honest, I don't even know that it's necessarily financially sound for me to be setting up a leatherworker simply for profession equipment at this stage anyway, but I want it, and so I will throw gold at it. And I think I can make back a little bit of gold, because I don't think, well, I guess having more resourcefulness, although my main leatherworker already has resourcefulness maxed out, doesn't have a resourcefulness tool though, has a multi-craft tool. So I guess all the resourcefulness could pay off realistically just with the nullstones. If I craft a bunch of the leatherworking gear to sell to other leatherworkers, that may work out. So okay, and again, the main thing is that I want it. So we'll do it anyway. And if it doesn't work out, I'll just claim that I did it for content. Yeah. Sound financial advice, I feel like. What does chat think? I need to work on my contract, dude, as well, Because right now, none of the contracts I can craft have any sort of margin. And I think that's just because there's a lot less demand for contracts now. I think most people have the rep that they wanted. And so I think that's why people aren't buying contracts. I don't think it's a problem I can min-max my way out of. But maybe 743, do we... Well, I'd rather have 33,000 gold at less margin than not have 33,000 gold, so we will list those as well. But okay, let's do a quick little mailbox opening. Okay, so as always with the mailbox opening, let's open up our total gold down here. Let's move this up. Can we see this on the vertical stream? Vertical viewers, drop a message in chat. Can we see everything? Or check it myself. It would be really handy if you guys could just like drop a message. Let me know if you can see it or not. You know what I mean? And of course, YouTube does not want to load. Up. Okay, I think we can see everything on screen. So we are at 39.2 million gold, which is almost a million gold down from last stream's peak. But we have 781,000 gold worth of sold auctions. And again, it's still, I mean, actually you're seeing fewer enchants than you usually would. Enchants haven't been doing nearly as well for me. What you're seeing more of, on the other hand, is, I mean, the armor kits are still doing decently well. Margins have come down on them, but they're still selling well and they're still profitable. You're seeing more embellishments and crafting reagents, right? The crystal fused hides is a significant chunk here. 38,000 gold. Chant of Armored Leech, that is an enchant, which also sold well. So, I mean, there are we are still selling enchants, but you'll see that there's more things like missives and inverted prisms and reagents and things like that that are where I'm making more of my gold from now. Enchanting's still a pretty big part of of my business, but overall, I would say if you don't already have an enchanter set up, I don't know that it would be I don't know that I could advise anyone else to set up an enchanter. Not because I'm worried about competition, I could care less, but mainly because of the fact that I don't know if you'll be able to pay everything off. You know what I mean? I feel like it's cheap enough to set up an enchanter these days, so I don't think that's a major concern. But I think for things like the profession equipment and the enchants and stuff like that, it may take you a while to pay it off. Now, I think you may be able to pay it off. I may be mistaken there, and you may be able to pay it off with just a few concentration crafts through enchanting itself. And that may be a thing. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't recommend anyone to try and go into it because the margins are just dog water. You'll be lucky to make 5 to 10%. I think you can probably expand your margins a little bit if you do your own disenchanting, and or if you buy your mats like on the weekends and then sell the enchants on Tuesdays. You can probably still make a decent little bit of change then. But I mean, my thinking on on things like that though is that then why don't you just make your gold by either flipping mats by buying them on the weekends and selling them on Tuesdays. Right, that in and of it's the bulk of your gold is going to be coming from there then more than from crafting it. So you may as well just cut out the middle step and make slightly less profit, but just do that, right? Or alternatively, if you're disenchanting, just sell the mats, like sell your enchanting mats and make your gold that way, because that's a good little because that's going to be where the bulk of your profits are from anyway, I think. But I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think? Okay, talking to myself again. Anyway, this is our second banker. We are, dude, we're at 39,997,447 gold. Anyway, this is our server specific Illidan seller rate, and this is what I'm saying, right? Midro, were you asking me earlier about crafted PvP gear? I think it was either Midro or Masked Louis who was asking about the crafted PvP gear. But yeah, so as you can see, Rifles still selling. I mean, these have sold for as much as like 20K on other servers. But I mean, yeah, 3.5K, probably not too bad. It's definitely higher than our crafting cost. And yeah, I mean, the crafted PvP weapons definitely sell well. Because again, think about it this way. Even if you know that you could get yourself an eye level 606 PvP weapon in like an hour of farming, or you hit the auction house, you spend 3.5 grand and you get one right from the jump, which will hopefully allow you to farm more honor, you're probably going to take that option, right? But okay, we're at 39,997,447 gold, and we've sold another 84,000 gold worth of profession equipment and PvP gear, and I think maybe a blue leveling item or two in there. And we are back over 40 million gold. We're not quite back at 40.2 million gold like we were at, but yeah, we're still over 40 million gold, right? And that's what I think we should all be focused on here. Jeez. And also, if we open up the mailboxes on my other cross realm banker tune dudes, I think we'd overshoot 40.2 million as well, which is pretty sweet, pretty sweet. But okay, let's quickly relist things, and then we will hop back onto that leatherworker and do their actual build. Yeah, I think we're only going to do one leatherworker, though. I'm skeptical that the... Oh, dude! If we weren't going to put leatherworking on that guy, I wouldn't have bothered spending cash on the books. I mean, farming up the knowledge point items, fine. It is what it is, because we were doing it on one character. We may as well do it on two characters at the same time. But we already spent 565 cash, and that we can't get back because we already used the knowledge point book. Are we just going to have to eat the 40 grand loss? You know what? Maybe it will be worth it. This is where the cope starts to show up. All right, and this may be cope, but I think we may be able to get away with making that guy like a PvP, like a leather PvP or male PvP gear crafter. I think he may be able to I think that could be a build that would make us a decent little bit of gold at the very least. And Lord knows, maybe at some point he'll even be able to afford his blue profession tools. But I don't think we do that build on today's stream because we're already at the we're already almost at the 4-hour mark, boys. But my wife said she's gonna be out a little bit late today, so I think we have a little bit more time before I actually need to go. But okay, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do two things actually. Firstly, we're gonna craft the leatherworking profession equipment, which we need a leatherworker for. You know what? While we're here, let's take a quick little peek. Where else could we take the remaining leatherworker? Because this guy has 4 knowledge points. He'll get another 4 from his weekly sources, and let's say he gets another 4 or 5 from crafting orders, right, in the next couple of days and whatever. He has enough artisan's acuity. He has a multi-craft tool, so he has the blue tool. I think his next artisan's acuity are supposed to go towards the profession equipment for tailoring. If I really wanted to, I could divert his knowledge points into one of the other trees, right? Which will then save me having to buy the blue profession equipment all over again, right? Which is going to save me like 50,000 gold, folks. That's not a small amount. It's going to take a while to pay that off with this market. But okay, so he only has about 15 points. Let's say by next week he could get 30 points, right? And he could presumably, if he wanted to, then max out epic ensembles. We ruled that out. We ruled that out because he just doesn't have the artisan security required to buy all of these freaking recipes, right? So that's not happening. He could put, I think most likely he's going to put his points into Nerubian News, because I've heard leatherworking is trash for concentration anyway. And I think that's kind of the thing. I think if we had more ingenuity, maybe it'd be a degree better. But I also don't. That seems like it makes sense, and I can see that being the case. That we're not going to make that much gold with concentration in leatherworking, because most of the items that are expensive, they're expensive because of the profane tinderboxes, or I guess the nullstone in the case of that break-in profession equipment. And so actually the gap between rank 2 and rank 3 materials isn't that great. You're not going to save all that much gold. All right. So I don't think Ingenuity Tree is really going to do much of anything for us. And Nerubian Noose as well, we've not bothered getting it yet, mainly because we don't really care. The only Nerubian pattern that we would potentially be interested in would be this one, the Writhing Armor Banding, because it's BIS for a lot of specs. But the problem is that even though it's BIS, it's only selling for 627 gold. And so even if we had full knowledge points here, the rank 3s aren't profitable. The rank 2s are selling for 18 silver or 18 gold. No shot there. So Nerubian News will get at some point, just on the off chance that something comes with the next patch that makes Nerubian Nerubian patterns worth a damn thing. Because I don't think Adrenal Surge class, yeah, there's no shot for him being able to craft this at any level of decency. So that means, I mean, if we did level up the second leatherworker as, well, do we go leather crafting or do we go mail crafting? And the way we're going to answer that question is we'll open up craft scan here and we will sort by profession. We'll come down to leatherworking and we'll see that it looks like there's more demand for the leather items in general, because there's 111 plus 63, that's like 170. Never mind, I misspoke. I meant the mail items, because these two items alone we've seen 200 orders for. So I think we go mail equipment crafting and we focus on bracers first and then the waist. Are those in the same tree? Is there a bracers and waist tree? We said in mail, large chitin. Dude, in what? Large chitin and intricate chitin. Oh, I guess it means like large pieces of chitin? I thought it meant like big piece, like larger armor pieces. But I guess it makes sense that they would segregate it out, because they don't want you to be able to do breastplates and legs, for instance, you know what I mean? But okay, they are segregated. So we would need to max out bracers separately and wait, what? Male wrist armor. Oh, male waist. Okay, yeah, so the point still stands. We need to max these out separately. Not great. Let's come over to the crafted PvP gear. I think I need to look at what the sale rates are for each of these, and if there's one that has a bigger advantage. 0.58 for, well, what's a good slot for the PvP gear for us to look at to compare things? I don't know. Which of these do we think would have the highest sale rate? Boots, maybe? Bracers? Let's go bracers, maybe? 0.5. Nah. That's not the case. All right, let's check chest piece. 0.825 for the leather, whereas for the chain, 0.58. Dude, it's exactly the same, 0.58. All right, so chest pieces make no gosh dang difference. Although, hold up. Can this guy just do them at rank 5 at decent enough margins? Are we going to save any gold by maxing out his knowledge points? Because it looks like this guy can rank 5 them, but using rank 3 Gloom Chitin. But we said that there wasn't a huge price difference anyway in the Gloom Chitin. Oh, God. Yeah, so it made a 1% difference on our profit margins. Is that right? I think that's right. Wait, what? Huh? Why do I still need to use rank 3 Gloomkite? Is it just cheapest? It may just be cheapest. I think that's what's going on. If I think we have more than enough skill. Yeah, okay, so it's literally because, oh god, the rank 3. I see why people are saying that skinning isn't in the same tier as herbalism and mining for gold making, because it seems like even the rank 3 skins aren't selling for a damn thing. Okay, so we couldn't. So I think on paper there's a potential build here for a dude to spec into either is maybe the story is better for leather, right? Let's not assume anything. Let's see here. Okay, leather's looking a little bit better, 8%, and if we have all of our knowledge points, 39%. Okay, boys, that was simple. So we go leather PvP gear. Is I think the takeaway. Okay, so I guess that's what we're doing. We're doing a leather PvP gear build on the second guy, because 38% sounds pretty sweet. I wonder if that holds for the other gear too. I think we checked belt, because even if the sale rate's trash on these, as long as the margin is significantly different enough that it makes sense. 42%. I like the sound of that. Sure, we'll only sell one of these every other day, but dude, 42. But although it's 42%, is only 650 gold, and each of these pieces cost like 1,500 gold to craft. I mean, yeah, I'm not super stoked about this build. I'll probably do it, but I don't know. I don't know that I'm like stoked about this build, and I'm like, oh, I need to get this set up right away. Which probably means I'm not gonna get around to it anytime soon, if we're being honest. Anyway, we were on this guy to craft. Before we got distracted by the talent tree, we were on this guy to craft his profession equipment for our new leather worker. And which one is it? Is it the Hide Shaper's cover? Oh, thank God this is cheap. Although not really. It's still like 1,500 gold. Dude, leather workers got screwed this expansion. Like a lot. I mean, 46% margins. I'll take it. Oh, but that's also because the prices shot up. We'll craft one. We'll decide if we do go leatherworking on that other guy, then we'll bother with flipping. Kazakar skill, resourcefulness. Oh. All right, let's buy mats and let's get this over with. Can see that my excitement level for this build has gone down. I'm not even trying to hide it anymore. Because it's just painful to think of the fact that I'm going to have to spend 1,500 artisans acuity just to unlock all the recipes. And I low-key may have wasted 565 cash on the damn book for leatherwork knowledge points. But we shouldn't go with the sunken cost fallacy, where because we spent a bunch of gold on Like, because we spent 565 cash, we're now going to spend like 100,000 gold slapping like min-max leather work on this, like on that second dude, and have it not pay off. I mean, to be fair, 100,000 gold is not that much risk that we're taking on, right? I can easily make that back pretty quick, but I'd rather not have to if I don't, like, if there's not a good reason to do so. You know what I mean? Okay, and so let's kick the leatherworking gear over to that dude. And then we'll start leveling leatherworking. But the other thing we'll do is also start crafting bracers on this guy to disenchant. Not only for the guy who's doing the enchanting catch-up mechanic, because I want to show that on stream. Am I being dumb? Where's... I was being dumb. It was right there. Okay, so we're going to craft a bunch of bracers. Now, technically, if I really wanted to get min-max about it, I would craft my own bolts first, but, lazy. Your boy's lazy, and the margins are decent enough. Where is it? Our Pioneer's Cloth Cuffs. Pretty recipe. We use rank 1 Weaver Cloth bolts. Let's see here. We can... I don't think that price is correct. Actually, never mind. If Trade Skill Master's telling us that's what the bolts cost, then we probably can get a decent amount of bolts for that much gold. But let's see here. Let's pull this up. We'll hit the search thing here. I don't care about the price that the final item here is selling for. Okay, Trade Skill Master was mistaken. Dude, it's going to cost me twice. Is it really going to cost me twice as much to get bolts on this guy? Like, to buy bolts off the auction house? Why are rank 1 bolts so dang expensive? Okay, so I guess we are doing some bolt crafting then. Because I thought if it was like a 20-30% difference, I would have just lazed out of crafting my own bolts. But honestly, for that much of a price difference, worth it crafting my own bolts. And I've been meaning to do those anyway, to be fair. You know, I just realized he needs enchanting gear too. Damn it, he needs enchanting gear. We'll sort it out later. Let's just do the leatherwork. My internal voice needs to stop bugging me with good suggestions. All right, wait, why are my bags so full? All right, do we disenchant it? Do we vendor it? Should I just hit the vendor and like vendor everything all at once? Never let go of me. Can I catalyze the higher eye level piece? These higher eye level pieces of gear that I have, can I catalyze? Oh, I can. Renascent Awakenings. Dude, why? What? Huh? Probably worth it, right? Who gives a damn about Renascent Awakenings? Although I know in saying that, at some point I'm going to want to unlock like a piece of tier or something that requires catalyzation, and I'm going to be out of Renascent Awakenings on this too. But you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The 493 piece is better. Although somehow worse than the non-set piece. Screw it, let's do it. Because then I can just vendor everything. Did I unlock a new transmog? I think I should have, right? Seek, do you remember what eye level you unlock normal mode raid appearances for in Dragonflight? I don't know why you would, but I remember you telling me about that to begin with, so thought I'd try my luck. Okay, I think we can just go ahead and vendor all of this gear, right? What are the odds that I'm ever going to need an eye level 115 blue weapon? I guess item restoration is still a thing. Because I know that anytime I say something like that on stream, all of a sudden there's going to be something that I need a bunch of low eye level gear for. Right? That's just how my luck goes. All right? And so sometimes you don't question things, you just resign yourself to them. Did I bet anything I shouldn't have? Nope. Recruit's gear is fine by me. Should probably manually vendor things just so that I don't do anything dumb. I think this dude's, well, 389 because of his trinkets and his rings. Other than that, he has all 480 other than the weapon too. All right, we'll just go ahead and vendor anything that's not 450. Yeah, that's fine. We can vendor that. Why can't I vendor some of this gear? What do we... Blizzard, why must you do this to me? Court of Accomplishment. Well, I have the transmog, so it's soulbound anyway, right? Yeah, it's soulbound. Dude, this is why I suck at setting up alts, because it ends up taking me so much time. We've spent 4 hours now just trying to set up one alt. I have no idea how some of these other content creators are doing like 100 alts. I mean, I guess they're just more efficient with it and they don't waste as much time. I think I spend too much time explaining things and then like getting distracted by random things. But hey, I'm having fun and that's what this game is all about. Can I vendor it? Okay, that worked. Can I can't vendor heirlooms, can I? Gotta manually delete them. Got to manually delete them. I just want my bags clear so that I can like craft in peace. Oh, I think that rate was like technically an eye level upgrade for me or something. Doesn't make sense, but it seems like that's what the game was telling me. Oh, I gotta... Dude, why do I have to repair items before selling? That's so dumb. I get why you have to repair items before you put them on the auction house, right? That makes sense. Having to repair items that I'm planning on vendoring anyway... Is that even a good option financially? Like, do they vendor for more? Or am I going to spend more on repairs than I did on repairing the item? I don't know if that made sense. Probably not. The stream's been going for 4 hours, all right? Bear with me. All right, screw it. We're just going to destroy these items. Destroy. Eye level 84. Fat chance we keep that around. Okay, and our bags feel a little bit cleaner. Still got a little bit of crap that we're lugging around. The reason I want my bags super clean is so that I know exactly what I crafted and what's safe to disenchant. Now, screw the bank. I just want to equip that and equip the chests. And then we can stick these in the into our bank. Dark Moon game token. Yeah, okay. Anyone use those ever? All right, and I think we're done coming up with excuses to not level up leatherworking. Because at a certain point, that's what we're doing, right? Oh, this guy doesn't have any gold in his bags, and leatherworking is going to be expensive. We know that. All right, this guy is sitting on 1.3 million. He can kick him some. He can help his brother out. Boom. How much are we expecting Leatherworking is actually going to cost us to level? I should probably looked into that before committing to leveling an altar for this. I feel like 200,000 gold is more than enough startup capital, all right, for this guy to start his own business. What are we feeling? Okay, this guy over here. I think he has all of the tailoring gear, right? Multi-craft, resourcefulness, enchanted. We're good on that. We were looking at weaver cloth bolts so that our gear crafter tailor can craft them into bracers for for everyone in the world to disenchant. All right, that's what we were shooting for. Now, why, pray tell, why oh why are the bolts not profitable here? How are we? What the flip is going on? How is it at 1% margin? Oh, because it thinks that, okay, I got it. It thinks that weaver cloth bolts are worth 55 gold. Now, what does Trade Skill Master tell us? Is it, no, it looks like they're about 88 gold. Let's do a quick little search for them again. But honestly, if they're priced at that, if we can sell the weaver cloth bolts for that much, I wonder if it's worth just selling weaver cloth bolts. See, this is the issue I have with like making my own. Damn it, spool of weaver threads went up. That's why. Is that what's going on? Oh, dude, are we gonna have to go even further up the gosh dang value chain and unravel our own thread? Is that the thing? Gosh dang it. I mean, I guess this guy is fully spec to unravel. Do we have any unravelers in chat? Anyone know what the breakpoints are? Let me see. I think I have a spreadsheet somewhere that's supposed to give me like rough estimates of the unraveling situation. And so I can try and plug numbers into that and see if... damn it, we need the tailoring bag. Well, I suppose I could craft a tailoring bag for myself, right? The tailoring bag doesn't require any artisan's acuity, does it? The severed satchel? Looks like we can craft it on the cheap for like 2,400 gold. Although this as well, I should ideally be crafting on my other tailor, but I don't think he has quality fabric maxed out, so I don't think he can do that anyway. Oh god, this is annoying. All right, let's see. What are spools of weaver thread going for? I think I set up a little group, right, for unraveling? But obviously it's not on this account because that would be convenient. Ugh. Gold making. It'll be fun, they said. Unravel. Here we go. Okay. Should I... Well, I was wondering if I should export. But I don't... 14.4... Well, that probably means if we want to buy it in significant quantities. 15.7 for rank 1 spools of weaver thread. I don't know. That seems really high. That seems really high. That seems really flipping high. 15.7 is what we said if we want to buy it in bulk. So I don't know if OBS picked that up, but I accidentally locked my computer. Hopefully not. I was trying to figure out how to use numlock. Because my keyboard's being a little strange. But okay, 15.7 is what we said. The spool of Weaver thread rank 1. Weaver thread oh, I put it in the wrong cell. I can probably share this spreadsheet. They can have the spreadsheet open on screen. It's fine. 15.4. And then quality 3 is 15.3. What are these insert buttons for? Oh no, screw that. What? Huh? Was there something in the cell before I deleted? No, that was everything I just did was fine from the looks of it. And the Weaver cloth itself, dude, this, what? Huh? Right, am I bugging? I thought, or no, yeah, okay, there is different qualities of Weaver cloth. But then why does this spreadsheet only have one? Is it just taking the cheapest one? I guess the cheapest one. 25 point... No, never mind. 44 gold is actually the cheapest Weaver cloth I can get. Why is it glitching out? What are we doing here? Is it because this spreadsheet uses... Oh, this spreadsheet uses commas for some godforsaken reason. I thought it was just my keyboard being weird, but it looks like no, it uses commas. I'm very confused as to what's going on with unraveling. I mean, I think people have said that unraveling isn't profitable anymore, which is fair enough. If it's unprofitable, it's unprofitable. But is it this unprofitable? Has anyone in chat unraveled for gold and like knows what I'm doing wrong or whether it's genuinely this unprofitable? Because according to the spreadsheet, if I'm buying my Weaver cloth at 44.5, which is what Weaver cloth's going for, I think what probably happened is there's probably some goblin who came in like earlier or is holding the price this high. And so maybe maybe this is another one of those cases where like I need to buy mats on Sunday and then that's how you make gold with this. What am I doing wrong? Because according to this, I'm losing a stupid amount of gold. Okay, that looks a little bit better. But although not really, because I'm still losing. Dude, what? Insert quality total here. The hell does that mean? What? I thought unraveling was supposed to be super simple. I mean, I think the spreadsheet's what's throwing me off more than anything else. What am I misunderstanding here? So let's say we bought 100 weaver cloth and we unraveled it. I don't know what the quality total is supposed to mean. Is it huh, what, huh? Huh? Average spools unraveled, average decimal. Quality total here. Oh, I think this is supposed to be set to one of these. Okay, so it's like a 10% profit margin. Is that right? So basically, if I buy weaver cloth at whatever quality, if I'm able to unravel them to quality 1 or realistically quality 2, then I'll make 10% on the unraveling. Is that correct? I feel like that could be correct, because 10% profit margin is kind of what I would expect. But the point is that we're still not. I mean, at that point, we may as well just sell the spools of weaver thread, as opposed to crafting our own weaver cloth bolts. Dude, I am so confused right now. What am I missing? Is it that I need to be maxed out in resourcefulness? Because that may be what's going on here. Let's see if we. No, that doesn't fix it. We're still not making gold. The hell? We have we have all blue gear. We have 100 skill. We've got all the knowledge points everywhere we need. The ingenuity is not going to do jack crap for us. Why is this? Am I being dumb? We don't have any like buffs that we can throw up that'll like help us craft better either. It's tailoring. Dude, what? I'm very confused. I thought the whole thing, I thought the whole reason we logged over to this dude was because he was supposed to be able to craft weaver cloth bolts at rank 1 for 51 gold each. Right? That was the whole thing. That was why we bothered logging over to this dude and not just buying our bolts off the gosh dang auction house. Right? But then that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, it refreshes now? Once I hit sub recipe optimization is when it realizes that actually he can only craft them at 98 gold. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's annoying. I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering, like, should I... Is it genuinely 10% profit margin on unraveling? I feel like it's such a little amount per like time period, like per craft though, right? Because let's say you're using. All right, let's change this number to 1 or to 5, right? We have 5 weaver cloth. That's one little craft, and that gets us to still 10% profit margin. Basically. The hell? So that gives us a profit of 36 gold for each craft. How does the AH tax take away 13 gold? What am I missing? Okay, yeah, because I guess it does make up more than... I always forget exactly how much the auction house tax really adds up to, which turns out it's quite a bit. Probably not a great thing for me to admit on stream, but hey, we hit 40 million gold, so we're doing something right, I think. Maybe. But okay then. So, yeah. So at this point, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes in, and yeah, your boy's fading. All right, I think I need to go. Well, rinse out my sinuses because my allergies are still acting up. As well as I probably need to go eat something as well because I'm starting to fade. All right, so as promised, we gathered all the knowledge points, and we leveled leatherworking and enchanting, right? Right. Yeah, but anyway, so I mean, yeah, we got 49 knowledge points. We get a few more once we do our like remaining weekly sources, right? The treatise, the leatherworker's journal from the crafting order quest, and then all of the first craft bonuses, right? You got to keep in mind leatherworking gets quite a few of those because we do both leather as well as mail, so twice as many as tailoring wood for gear alone. Yeah. So what we may do is we may just finish this guy off on Friday stream, to be honest. So probably yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do on Friday stream. Keep in mind, Friday's stream is going to be earlier than usual because I have some real life stuff that I need to get to at the time that we would usually be streaming. With that said, I think we're gonna wrap up the stream here. Chat, how are we feeling? How's everybody doing? Anyway, we're almost at the 4 hour, 20 minute mark, which I think is as good a time as any to wind down the stream. But anyway, thank you so much, everyone who tuned in live. Thank you to our chatters. If you enjoyed the stream, please consider subscribing. If you're on YouTube, a YouTube sub really helps. If you're on Twitch, a Twitch sub really, really helps because I'm trying to replace my broken janky headset here. And so Twitch subs really help me out. As always, you don't need to necessarily spend anything if you're an Amazon Prime member. You get a free Twitch sub every month with your Amazon Prime membership. And so you can hit the subscribe button, check the little box that says use Prime sub, and it costs you nothing, but it really helps me out and will go towards me replacing my headset at long last. Anyway, that said, check out the YouTube channel. Check out the Discord, right? I know some people mentioned that I don't plug that enough, but check out the Discord as well. Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, check out the Twitch. There's fun music on the Twitch stream as well, which you don't get on YouTube or the VOD or the YouTube like live recording later on. So all the more reason to come join us live on stream. On Friday, like I said, unfortunately this week, we will be doing an earlier stream, and as a result, I don't think I'll do the giveaway this week. I'll keep it for next week so that people who are used to watching at the regular scheduled time are still able to take part in it. I feel like if I'm doing my stream at a different time than usual this Friday, then it's not really fair to regular viewers for me to do the giveaway on Friday's stream because it will be a lot earlier than usual, and so people may be asleep or like just it may not work, right? They may still be at work or whatever it is and may not be able to tune in at that point. But Friday's stream will be a little bit earlier. Check the Discord or check Twitter. I will post there like once I figure out what time I can actually go live on Friday. Yeah, beyond that, I will see you guys on Friday's stream. And if not then Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week, we're back to our regular scheduled programming of noon GMT, about 4.5 hours before whatever time it is in your time zone right now if you're watching live. If you're watching the YouTube video, noon GMT, 12 GMT, look at like Google it or check out my Twitch page, right? Check out the Twitch. We have a handy little time zone converter that will tell you not only the days that we're live, but also what time it's in your time zone. While you're there, drop a follow, use your sub, right? Look at how efficient that is, all on one page. All right, so check out the Twitch, check out the YouTube channel, and everything else I mentioned. Beyond that, have a great rest of the week, everybody. May the RNG gods be ever in your favor, and show your boy some love, all right? Do it, please. It really does help me out. It makes me feel better about myself. And what's more important than that? Anyways, see you guys. Good night. Have fun out there. Good night, Zeke. All right. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.